All right, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Hope y'all are well today. It's a beautiful day. We are up early this morning. Bear with me, team. Beautiful day. We are up. There we go. Good morning, Martin. Hey, hope you're doing good, brother. Good morning, man. I'm just not drinking my coffee, waking up. We don't have a ton of stuff moving. I mean, we got WHLM. It's still the middle of July. We got TBIO, which is gapping up. It acted a little bit strange here, to be honest. It gapped all the way up to $50, and then somewhere along the lines of pre-market, it came all the way back down to 40.37s. Kind of weird. We got AUTO gapping up a little bit here. We got HOLI gapping up some too. We got OTLK. We got PCSA. We've got ZI. We've got SEDG. RSLS, we got XELA on the move. So we got enough stuff that we're paying attention to, but it's just a slow time. Hey, what's up, Juan? Hey, good morning, bro. Hey, what's up, Douglas? Good morning, man. I'm seeing everything down in crypto except for a few other obscure coins. Everything's down. Here's the crypto world that I'm seeing right now, guys. I mean, and it's looking a little bleak. We have Bitcoin down, Ethereum down, Tether down, Cardano down, Ripple down, USD coin down, Doge down, Polkadot down, Uniswap, Chainlink, Bitcoin Cash, Litecoin, Solana, Polygon, Ethereum Classic, Lumen, DAI, Filecoin, Tron, Monero, Aave, EOS, the Graph. All that stuff is down except for the Graph. Everything else is down. So crypto market not looking great. And it's kind of been like this for a while now. I mean, the crypto market hasn't had a super good day in a long time. I mean, Bitcoin started to push. If we look at a 4-hour chart, it'll give us the real story. Like, Bitcoin did this bounce up here late last month in July. And it's still up here. I mean, it's still fine. I wouldn't really worry or panic about Bitcoin yet. I think it's still fine. Yeah, I think it's still fine. Yeah, the only thing that I really have moving is WHLM. So let's see what happens, guys. I uploaded my trades to TraderView, my new trades. So check it out. Hold on, let me get rid of this. Close. There we go. So I uploaded my new trades to TraderView. And this is my new graph. Honestly, I'm pretty excited. Yesterday, I ended up making $50 on the day. So, but I mean, we haven't had a losing day since the 23rd. I think that's right. Yeah, since the 23rd, we have that was our last losing day. So 6 of the last trading days were all green. We're running about 55% with our scalping strategy, but our daily accuracy is very high. It's at 86%, which is really cool. You look at it, we're only losing on 13% of days. And honestly, that's what it feels like. It feels like I could end green every day if I want to. What I also really like about my stats is that my average hold time for my winning trades is exactly twice as large as the average hold time for my losing trades. So, we're holding our winners longer. We're cutting our losses shorter on our winning days. And, yesterday was no exception. When I looked into the details for yesterday's trading, You know, we ran 66%, almost 70% accuracy yesterday. Largest gain yesterday was 22 bucks, so we kept it pretty small. The largest loss was only $9.30, which is pretty solid. Average winning trade was twice as big. So, you know, our trading is going in the right direction, which is good. You know, trading's definitely going in the right direction. We're using the paid version, Martin. Whew. All right, so yeah, WHLM is really the only one that looks decent today. And yeah, I mean, these are my actual stats. You know what I mean? Like, okay. If you guys want me to delete, like, watch. I always try to do this so people know. The only reason I'm not showing you guys my TOS screen is because I don't feel like letting you guys see my account. Like, when my account has this much in it, I don't really feel like letting you guys see my account number, if possible. Right, but to keep it transparent, since, you know, we could take this last week. It starts on the 26th of July. And we'll just go back to the 26th and filter this and delete all of these. You know, like watch. What do you guys want me to name the file? I'll let you guys choose. What do you guys want me to name the file? That way you know it's that way you know I didn't have some pre-selected file that I'm using. Watch. What do you guys want me to name it? Hurry up, give me something. All right, so we're going back to the 26th. All right, so we've effectively deleted all the trades in this that have that. All right, Juan, I know that's not what you wanted the name to be, but we'll call it OTLK just ripped. All right, and so if we go, hold on, let me see how you do this. We're going to go all the way back to the 26th, and we're going to upload, export to a file, and we're going to call it OTLK just ripped. We'll call it OTLK just ripped. All right, there you go. That's what we called it. All right, just so you see I'm not like hiding some secret file that I'm not showing you guys. We're going to save that. All right, remember, it's called OTLK just ripped. All right, we're going to go to this. We're going to import our trades. We're going to choose that file. Where is it? Should be in quick access. OTLK just ripped. See? All right, so look, there it is. OTLK just ripped. That's the name of the file. We're going to upload that. All right, so this is within that range. This is literally, you can't, I deleted everything. We're going to refresh this, refresh this, refresh this. And that's all the trades. And you can see same graph, same results. You know what I mean? I'm not faking this. This is my actual stats. And I'm really, really proud of it because, yeah, really, really proud of that. You know, like, look at this graph. What? That's a pretty graph, you know, straight up. Even win loss days is 100%. I haven't lost that entire time period. You know, not bad for a choppy market too. It's cool when your largest gain is 150 bucks and your largest loss is 28. You know, but that's cool, man. I'm excited about it. Anyways, that's the last 2 weeks of my trading. I'm pumped about that. That's cool. Anyways, yeah, we got OTLK. Speaking of OTLK just ripped. OTLK did just rip. Would you classify your file as high risk, high reward? It depends, man. I think that there's actually less risk. I think there's actually less risk with scalping. Yeah, Bob. I think there's actually less risk with scalping. I think a lot of the time, okay, I think there's less risk with scalping. I just think that you have to trade a large enough account is what I really think it is. You know what I mean? Like, Okay, so with these results here, like with these results, I'm trading, a $30,000 account plus. Like it's got anywhere between 30 to 35K in it at any one point in time. And I can do so really consistently and like build up really nice wins, but I'm taking small wins. And really, in the grand scheme of things, these are kind of large wins relative to my account size. Like me making, like, look, okay, my average daily gain is $61.40, but that's my average daily gain with my losses included. So like if we're talking about like my average winning day, it's going to be higher than this, right? But regardless, let's just use $60 as an example. My average daily gain loss is $60. And so let me that is roughly 0.2%. That's a 0.2% gain of my account per day. 0.2%, right? So if I'm green every day and I hit that every day, then I'm making about 1% a week, right? That's roughly what I'm making, which is fine. I'm making about 1% of my account a week. That's a reasonable thing. And I'm not saying I'm not going to scale up in size. I might. Here's OTLK. Like I might scale up in size, but like I'm using small, like I'm trading small enough to where I'm protected in the account. Like it's not huge swings, but it's also green, Yeah, AMC, I mean, I just think it's looking weak, of course. I mean, I think everybody should be, you know. Um, I think $30 is the real line in the sand. I think $30 is something AMC needs to hold over, and we'll see. But I think it kind of needs to hold over $30, and again, I mean, I think people need to adjust their expectations regarding AMC. I think AMC can squeeze. I just think it's unlikely we get a squeeze over like 500 or 1,000. I just think that's extremely unlikely. I think you got a lot of people that are watching AMC that don't quite understand the stock market. So they don't understand like the significance of a float or the significance of a short float percentage. And they might think they do, but I think they're just being told all these different things, and they hear things like synthetic shares or naked shorts, and they just think that something crazy is going on with AMC that's not going on with other stocks, and they think that's going to catapult AMC to 1,000, and that's just not the reality behind it. I mean, a large majority of these companies have synthetic shorts and naked shorts involved with them. That's just a word to try to convince you to buy more, and I think that it's just, I think people are going to look back and be like, damn, people are going to look back at the AMC hype like it was a pyramid scheme. In 5 years, people are going to look back and be like, damn, AMC that caught a lot of traders. A lot of traders fell for AMC. It's nonsense. You know what I mean? And it's going to be a dark spot on the stock market. But, what do I know? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe AMC squeezes. And if it does, I'll admit I'm wrong. You know what I mean? I just don't think I am. And I think that, a lot of new people are telling people how to trade the stock market that are new themselves. And I think people relate to them more, so they believe them, but they don't really understand the stock market either. And it's one of those things that it's just unfortunate. A lot of pandering to the AMC crowd, and, a lot of people scared of the AMC crowd, Hey, what's up, Hustle? Robinhood looks okay. I mean, it's been moving up for the last 2 days straight. It's up to $38 a share, which is right around where it IPO'd. And so Robinhood is looking more and more interesting as the days go on. I'm definitely paying attention to it. I don't know what's going to happen with it. Yeah. What's up, Lena? AMC has already been crazy. Oh, it for sure has been crazy, man. You know, and I made some money with AMC. Like, I'm not, but I just think this is about as crazy as it gets. You know what I mean? And I don't think this was an actual squeeze. I think this is just hype. I think FOMO from missing GameStop causes a lot of traders to get involved with AMC. But yeah, it's a very slow day, to be honest here. We got some stuff like SPCE had a big day yesterday. XCLA is trying. And then, of course, we got OTLK trying to make moves as well here, So we got some stuff. Hey, thank you, Crispy. Yeah, we try, bro. We try, man. No, I'm good. I don't have a cold or anything like that. I'm all right. Hey, thank you, RAA. I appreciate the support, bro. You know what I mean? And that's why we really do this channel. I think there's a lot of bad info for traders out there. I really do. I think there's a lot of bad information for traders out there. I think there's a lot of just nonsense that traders just eat up. And like, listen, guys, this is coming from somebody that's done it. Like, I have traded for years. I am now making, thousands of dollars a month doing so after building up my own system for years. But I've traded every niche you can think of in the market. I've traded penny stocks. I've traded mid and high caps. I've traded crypto. I've traded futures. I've traded options. Like, I've traded all of that stuff. And so I know what I'm talking about when it comes to that. And I know what's nonsense and what's not, Dude, I don't bash it, Tommy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not bashing AMC. So, Tommy, let me ask you a question, sir. And this is a serious question, and let's see if you can answer it. Do you think there's unrealistic expectations being put out regarding AMC? That's the reality behind it. I don't pop it up. I don't hype it up. If you watch the stream, Tommy, which apparently you don't, I don't hype up AMC at all. I tell people, like, if I'm watching AMC, and I'm holding AMC, by the way, I just think there's a lot of unrealistic expectations that are coming out from people that don't really understand the reality behind the numbers and the data behind it. Like, I doubt I'll get an answer, like a real answer, to be honest, Tommy, because most of the time when I say this, I say, hey, well, what about AMC's 400 million float? What about AMC's 16% short float percentage? What about all that stuff? I don't really get an answer. They just say, oh, you're being negative, and they leave, right? Because there is no answer to that, because those are the facts behind it, but I'm holding AMC. I'm not dogging AMC. It doesn't have to be binary, man. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be I either hate it or love it. I can hold it and still be skeptical of the $1,000 price target that new traders are giving other new traders. You know what I mean? That should be a normal, understandable thing. You know what I mean? It shouldn't matter that much, and it shouldn't offend anybody, me talking about the actual like numbers behind it. And if it does, you're too emotional about the situation, but anyways, I digress. Yeah. He could be bearish, bullish. He speculates both ways. Nothing inherently wrong with that. Exactly. That's the way the market is. Yeah, we're watching WHLM. Yeah, we're watching WHLM. We're watching OTLK, which we'll see if it holds. All right, Tommy. Well, be careful, bro. Hey, people have been banned for less, dude. And if you listen, if you watch the stream and you're a supportive member, I got you, bro. I'm just messing with you back. But you know how I feel about AMC, brother. You know how I feel. Right. That's what I try to do. I try to be the realistic one. You know what I mean? Like, if you're holding AMC and you want like a realistic interpretation of events, watch this channel. Right, exactly, Hammer. Never heard you bash AMC, just stating facts is what I've heard. Right. You know how it is, though. Like, the AMC crowd can be fickle, and that's all that really is. You know what I mean? Any light on AMC and Hood, please? I mean, like I said, I think Hood looks good. I think Hood's been moving up the last few days, and as much as I loathe Robinhood, the trend doesn't look bad short term, last 2 days, and I really don't like Robinhood. I don't like Robinhood because of how they acted during the initial GameStop and AMC squeezes. They restricted trade on a lot of them. They were the first to do it. That negatively influenced the power of some of those squeezes. And so I can be objective about that and honest about that. But I also think that Robinhood is this big cult-like platform that a lot of traders use. To be fair, I think the options trading on Robinhood is very easy to use and very simple and very good for new traders to learn options. And so I don't hate Robinhood, although I don't necessarily like the company, if I'm being honest. That's as honest as I can be. I don't hate the direction that Robinhood's going. It's been moving up the last 2 days. I don't like the company behind it, though. But, it is what it is, What's up, Greg? SPY puts, VIX calls. You think the market's going down? There's a daily chart of the market, man. The market's been in this trend. Look at this. So you can look at the trend of the market here. Market's been in this trend for a while. I mean, you can see it. Look at the trend. We've been in this for a year, basically. Maybe not, maybe like 8 months, but still. If we're looking at like really short-term trend, that's it right there. Oh man, what happened? Why did my trend go sideways? That's why. Okay. But yeah, if we're looking at a really short-term trend, that's it right here. All right, I'm gonna have to do this again. I messed up my. Let's clear this out. So yeah, honestly, I think it might even be getting tighter too. Like, look at this. Okay, no, we're about right here in terms of trend. Which is not bad. Market's been trending nicely. You know what I mean? There's the trend. Uh, which is fine. I mean, this is the range that you want to understand if you're looking to trade the SPY, because like the logic goes, if you're looking to do that is you wait for the SPY to go like this, you wait for the SPY to break out of this trend. So like, let's show you a little bit better example. Say, we got this trend here that everybody's watching, and you wait for it to break out of that trend. So you wait for it to do something like this, right? Where it goes up and then it just goes, pulls back. Maybe like that is when you short the market, I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but you short it when he breaks out of this trend. At least that's what I would assume you would do. Now, I don't really trade the market on a long-term basis. I don't think that there's a lot of edge trying to pick a long-term direction of the overall SPY. For me, not saying for everybody else, just for me, I just don't think there's a lot of edge trying to pick the long-term direction of the SPY. I think that I have much better results just scalping things. And again, if you guys saw me here early, you guys see like, hey, my stats are on point. Honestly, it feels really good to call myself like a professional scalper. Like I'm going to have to pay taxes on my scalping profits this year. And so it feels good, man. I mean, I'm a quasi-professional, semi-professional. What would you guys consider me? Like right at this point in time, I'm making like 1 to 2K a month for my trading profits. You can see in July, I made, in July, we made $1,350 in the stock market. Scalping, pure scalping, day trading, no swing trades, no investments, just pure scalping. We made $1,400. Honestly, what I'm really happy with is my profit factor. So this is like my risk reward ratio, basically, guys. And you can see my profit factor is 2.15. So that is like a 2.15 to 1 ratio, which means I'm very profitable. Now, if we look at last week, like look at just last week's profit factor. This is really cool too. This is June. This is July. Yeah, like look at last week's profit factor is 2.87. So it's almost 3 to 1, which is great. And it kind of makes sense. I mean, my largest gain is $150. My largest loss is like $28, which is good, man. I'm proud of that. That's great. Yeah, I think if you have to pay taxes, the IRS is going to consider you a professional. No, you're good, Natalie. Like I said, all I can say is my own truths, right? And so I can't say whether trying to predict the market like that is good or bad. It's just not my edge, you know what I mean? But it could be your edge. Don't let me influence you regarding like strategies to take. I mean, you can listen to me when it comes to like overarching risk, concepts and strategies. I think I know what I'm talking about when it comes to that. But if you listen, one thing that I've learned as I've matured as a trader is that just because I can't do something well doesn't mean other people can't. Just because I scalp things well doesn't mean other people can. And just because I can't predict the SPY long term, and when I say long term for me, I mean like months, maybe weeks. But just because I can't doesn't mean y'all can't. We all have our own specialties and unique skills and unique personality traits that'll benefit or hurt our trading style. So, do you guys? I can't tell you not to. But yeah, WHLM, OTLK, Auto, HOLI, PCSA, CLRI. We're going to watch BTBT again today. We're going to watch NAOV again today. We're going to watch EVK again today because EVK gapped up and held most of its gains. So like you can see EVK gapped up here and held most of its gains. Oh, well, damn, I'm definitely going to hit that, Martin. I hope taxes for scalping is over 30K because that means I'm going to keep my money. But I'm looking this up right now. Let's see. So it would be taxed at the short-term capital gains rate, which is the same as your usual tax bracket. Returns made on a stock you own for longer than a year, subject to long-term capital gains tax. All right, so let's see what we get. So short-term capital gains is going to be the same as my normal tax bracket, correct? Right? Okay, so the short-term capital gains tax is 22%. So it's 22%. If it's a single filer with $55,000 per year in income, $5,000 in capital gains is in 2020 would be 22%. And so if I made $5,000 profit, that would be $1,100. So say I make $24K a year, then my capital gains tax would be hold on. I mean, it would be sorry, I'm a little slow this morning. I did 2,400 instead of 24,000. So my it would be 12,000. No, okay, look, sorry, 24,000. I'm trying to do 24,000 times 0.22, which is 22%. It'd be $5,280. Man, sorry. I promise you I knew the math. I think when I reset the calculator the first time, I didn't press the CE. I pressed some other button, and so then it gave me like 5 million something, and you know. But I would pay. So okay, so if I make $24,000 a year day trading, then I would have to pay $5,280, which is fine. That's reasonable. You know, I just need to save a little bit from each. Here's the question though: what if I never take it out of my account? What if I leave the profit in the account? Then what would we call it? Yeah, well, hindsight trading's 2020, David. You know what I mean? That's like saying, yeah, if I could go back in time, you know, if I could just go back in time and buy Amazon back in 2005, I'd be rich, you know, instead of just putting my 30K in day trading right now, I should have just put that 30K into Amazon 15 years ago, and then I'd be a millionaire, bro, you know? Like, come on now. Hindsight trading's 2020. You didn't know what the TQQ. You could say you did, but like hindsight's 2020. I could look at whatever really high performing security or asset right now is and say, oh, I could have just thrown my 30K into that instead. You know, come on. Think about it objectively, sir. It doesn't matter if you leave it in your account, damn. Well, Daniel says if you leave it in your account, it's now an asset, non-taxable. That's what I'm hoping. Because I'm definitely not holding on to these positions. Hey, well, do your thing, David. I'm not mad at you, brother. You know what I mean? Do your thing. Okay, so if it's under 85K per year, it's 22%. You got it. Hey, what's up, Todd? Hey, bro, Todd, I did it, bro. Listen, Todd, I did it, bro. I'm actually a profitable day trader, dude. Like, I don't know. Like, I actually did it, dude. Like, I'm super excited, bro. Like, these are my actual results, dude. You know what I mean? And I'm super excited. And like, I promise you I'm not faking these. If I was going to fake these, then I think I'd make a little bit more every day, you know? But regardless, I'm doing it. Right, Mo, but now I'm doing it to where like, okay, so yeah, like before Mo, I did it and I was making like small chump change every month. Now I'm actually making thousands of dollars per month doing so. And so it feels good. Like I said, it's really exciting. You know, okay, I'll put it this way. Think about it like this. And this is the reality behind it, is that I have been trading stocks for years. Todd knows. Todd's been with me a lot of the way on the journey. But I've been trading stocks for years. You know what I mean? And, you know, in the beginning, I was really passionate about it. And I still am. I still am really passionate about it. But as you trade it every day, that passion starts to fade a little bit with anything. Like, it doesn't matter what you're into. If you're into cars, your passion for cars starts to fade the more you drive, you know, kind of. Maybe that's not a good example. If you're into any type of subject, your passion generally fades the more you do it for a living. You know what I mean? But this has kind of refreshed my passion for it because it's exciting, because it's like, look, man, I'm actually doing it. Like before I might have made like $300 a month, and that's cool. You know, I was happy to make it. And I kind of thought that like I knew what I was talking about, but it feels good to just put the money up, make thousands of dollars per month. Like I said, if I continue going at this rate, guys, I'm gonna make almost 100% a year. You know what I mean? And then the potential for that is limitless, man. Then I could do whatever I need to do. You know, like, to be honest, I've never thought of this before, and I'm not saying I'm gonna do it. I'm not saying I'm gonna do this, but like if I'm this profitable, which I am, and I have the stats to prove it, and I can show them my TD Ameritrade account if they need to see it. But like, what if I created my own hedge fund? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying I do that right now. That's not what I'm saying I do right now. I'm definitely not. Do not ask me to trade your money right now. I can't. I'm not allowed to. But what if in the future I start my own hedge fund? You know what I mean? And I trade. I think I could do it. I think I'm profitable enough to where the strategies I use in the market are consistent enough where I can make money every day. You know, and if I had more money to spend, then I can make more too. And, you know, we can figure that out. Yeah, you definitely have to get a broker's license. Well, yeah, I definitely have that. I probably have more than that, Martin, into stocks. Like, if you think about it like this, right? Like, I've been running this YouTube channel for 4.5 years. You know what I mean? And this is like every day. Every day for like, let me calculate it, how often I've been here. All right, so if we got 20 market days a month, you know, that would make 480 market days a year. No, that's not. Okay, we got 20 market days a month. That would make 240 market days a year. I'm sorry, man. And so 240 market days a year, right? Say I spend 2 hours in the market every day. Usually it's more than that. Let's say 3, right? Then every year I've got about 700 to 800 market hours per year, right? But usually it's more than that. And so let's say I get 4 hours. I probably spend about 5 hours in the market per day. And so let's do 20 times 12, which is 240, and then do that times, what about 5 hours a day? That'd be 1,200 market hours a year. All right, so let's do that times 4. Currently, we're just under 5,000. We're just under 5,000 market hours. So, you know, we're getting there. I'm not an expert. I don't want to be called an expert, but yeah. I gotta see what other songs. I kind of like that song. I'm trying to see what other songs this person has. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think of all this stuff? Sorry if I'm ranting this morning. I mean, it's still early and it's just us here, you know. Honestly, these are my favorite parts of the stream when nobody else is here. Because we got the OGs that are always here that we can just kind of talk about. Yeah, I gotta give you credit though. The TQQQ, man, that thing has done exceptionally well. The TQQ last 10 years, that thing has made 6,934%. Well, damn. I mean, I can't even argue with you, bro. You were right, dude. Honestly, David, you were right, bro. I mean, listen, he's right. This thing has performed exceptionally well over the last decade, you know? Why is nobody talking about this? I mean, I get people probably are, but like when we compare it to the SPY or the market itself, for instance, you know what I mean? The market's gone up like, what is it, like 450% or something like that? The TQQ, yeah, the market's going up 400% from 2010 to 2020. The TQQ has gone up 7,000%, bro. I mean, I got to give it to you. You're probably right, sir. You know, I can't even hate on you. Yeah, we got internet figured out. Two-way, bro. Listen, dude, listen. Honestly, I'm not saying I'm going to be a big hedge fund manager. I'm just saying, like, listen, dude, okay? And you guys should know this, okay? You guys should know this, all right? You guys should know this, okay? What's the point of being good as a day trader if you're not going to get rich doing it? You know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm going to get rich. I mean, I'm making $1,300 a month, you know? But, like, my point is that, listen, y'all are trying to tell me if y'all were good enough at day trading to where y'all could consistently profit every day, like very consistently, y'all are trying to tell me that y'all would not want to start a hedge fund eventually and use that to make more money. I mean, that's what the smart people do. The hedge funds make billions. You know, that's the level I'm trying to get at. I mean, that's what anybody in my situation would be trying to get at here. You know, and I'm not saying I'm going to do it. I'm not saying I even have the skill to do it. And so I don't want people to take my words out of context here. I'm not even claiming to have that type of skill. But it's certainly getting there. You know, it's certainly getting there. Of course, I don't have the skill to be a hedge fund manager or anything like that. But I'm certainly like I can feel it in my trading. I'm certainly, and especially in a choppy market, like the market has not been super great. In a choppy market, I'm still incredibly consistent. And the good thing that I like about these statistics here, guys, like what I like about these stats here, like if we look at these stats, is that they're incredibly consistent. They're incredibly consistent here. All right. So like, let's make this larger so you can see. They're almost always the same is what I'm trying to say here. Okay. So like, if we look at this and we look at like the last week, right? This is the last week of trading, right? We look at my details. What are my details? Running about 51% accuracy. You know, my wins are over twice as big as my losses. And who knew that my system, the reason my system worked was because of good risk reward. I didn't even know that. I didn't even realize that. Average hold time for winning trades is much larger than losses. You know, and so then, okay, now let's take a week at the week before, the week prior to that, right? So let's take a look at, you know, the 20 to the 27th now. Very similar results, 57% accuracy, 56% accuracy. Average winning trade is almost twice as large as my average losing trade. Average hold time for my winning trade is twice as large. Profit factor of 2 to 1, you know, twice as big, largest gain versus largest loss. You know, average daily gain loss is $60. You know, we go to the week before that. You know, we go to the 13th to the 20th here. You know, very similar story, 56% accuracy rate. You know, average hold time is twice as big. Average loss is twice as small. Average winning trade is twice as big. Average losing trade is twice as small. And so the results are incredibly consistent, which is what gives me the most confidence in this system, is that the results are very, very consistent. They look the same, you know, which means that I'm not just getting into one or two big trades and getting lucky. Like this is not just one large gain and now all of a sudden I'm green, right? This is a bunch of little gains over and over and over again to give me those results. You know, the best sports handicappers in the world, if you're a sports handicapper, if you bet sports, The best sports handicappers aren't making these huge bets on one game. They're taking a bunch of little bets over and over and over again. And the best sports bettors and the sports handicappers in the world have what? A 54, 55% accuracy rate. Same thing in this. It's the exact same concept, and it's a very similar system, I would think, to that. 100% Jeff. And that's honestly what I like. Right. I'd become a hedgy in a heartbeat for sure, brother. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not holding that, though. Yeah, we're watching WHLM for sure. I was hoping something else new would pop up, but we ain't got nothing new yet. We got EVK on the list, too. We're kind of watching EVK here. AMC down. We'll see what happens with that. SPY down, Doge down, Bitcoin down, Apple down. Tesla's up. Tesla looks really good. Where's my man Daniel at? He loves Tesla. Right. That's what I'd call it. I'd probably call it the London Fund or something like that, Yeah, but I'm not modern rock. No offense, Kai. You know what I mean? We don't all have to be the same. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm going to create a hedge fund, guys. All I'm saying is that, okay, I'll put it this way. If I scale up my size to where I am making consistently $500 to $1,000 a day, then that's the next step. If you guys watch, that's what people do in the market. That's how people make money. And I think that I've seen a lot of trading documentaries where it's young kids, that are profitable start hedge funds and do really well. And that's where some of the modern day hedge funds come from, I think people hear hedge fund and they get weird, but if I'm profitable enough, I don't see anything wrong with it. Nah, we're definitely not going to start selling them DVDs. Yeah, for sure, Charles. That's exactly what I got to do. Hey, thank you, Tom. Hey, I appreciate the support, brother. Yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Yeah, for sure, Daniel Langlois. 100%, brother. 100%, man. Yeah, hey, I'm down to do a hedge fund, Daniel. The only way, yeah, for sure too, 100%, man. And I mean, I'm down to start one, Daniel. It's definitely not going to be right now, though, for a number of different reasons. I love this community. I love this community. And Tiny, man, listen, Tiny, if you want to get on a webcast, I can show you how I trade, Tiny. And again, I'm not lying about these stats. I'm just excited about it. That's why I keep bringing it up. These are great, but my trading has gone exceptionally well, and I can show you how I do it. And so if you want to just kind of copy my system, Tiny, I'll show it to you, in full detail. We can get on a Zoom call or something, and I'll break it down, I can show you guys right now. The basics of my system. Very simple. I'll show you 4 strategies that detail the basics of my system. If you guys want to know, if you guys want to see it, let me know. Vote in chat. Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing courses, and I'm not doing I don't listen, Madison. That's a big joke here. I don't know how long you've been here, but everything we do here is free. We don't charge a penny for anything. We don't sell a course. We don't sell a service. We don't claim to be experts. We don't claim to be gurus. I'm not even saying I'm good enough to be a hedge fund. So please, nobody take what I'm saying out of context. I'll be on CoffeeZilla with the quickness if y'all do. But But my point is that if these results continue, and if I'm able to scale up successfully to where I'm making, you know, $5,000 to $10,000 a month in my trading, I'm sure other people are gonna want to get involved in that. You know what I mean? Like I might start, like what I'd really probably do, I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to talk to somebody about it. Hey, my man Ryan. Hey, John. Good morning. Your thoughts on XQR? Thank you, Ryan. Hey, I appreciate the support, brother. I don't know, man. XQR, it's catalyst driven. I remember. Daily chart looks okay. Not terrible, but not good. XQR. Okay. 160 and 150 are probably two major levels that it needs to hold over. Again, you never know what this one's going to do. I want to see it hold over those two levels down there at 160 and 150. And, you know, at this point in time, it's just sideways, bro. I mean, it gapped up. It held some of its gains, which is usually a good sign. We'll see how it acts in the next few days is really all I can do. I don't know what it's going to do right now, but penny stock, a lot of these are just going to come right back down, but maybe not. Again, these two levels are where I would look, you know, and I think this has confirmation here as well. You can see 150, you know, if we extend that to the left here, you know, you can probably see a good amount of confirmation at that level. Yeah, so look at all that. So, yeah, you know.
Doesn't mean anything bad.
Hey, thank you, Madison. Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, OnlyFans coming soon. You know, I'm going to have to start shirtless stock trading. You know, get the ladies excited in here, you know. No, I'm just joking. Kind of, you know. We got NUBL, gap it up sub. But no. All right, so I'm guessing you guys want to see my strategies. Do y'all want to see a picture of me with my screens right now, Tom? Look, I'm going to take a picture right here. You'll see what I'm looking at. Ready? Everybody smile.
Difference doesn't mean anything bad.
I don't even know if I can get the whole thing. All right, what is up with this song, dude? This song's kind of got to go.
You're one of a kind.
Oh, you're special, guys. All right. Here, it's easier to just go to this video, bro. I'm not going to take a picture of it. Nah, Tiny, listen, you're not going to waste my time. Like, it's the least I can do. You've been around here for like 3 years, Tiny. Like I said, I'll coach you a little bit if you want. You know what I mean? For free. Like, don't spend any more money on anything, Tiny. You know what I mean? Like I can help you. You know, and I'm not even saying that, like, I'm not going to charge you anything. Like, if you want help, I got you, you know, and I can try to help you. Just understand, like, okay, this is what I suggest you do. I suggest you just copycat my strategies, my systems first, right? And I think after you copycat either my strategies or somebody else's, you know, then once you're profitable, then you can kind of transition. These are my monitors if anybody wants to see them. We've had a few people ask. There's my monitors if you guys want to see it. All right, it's the weird song over with. I didn't mind it, except for, like, I think if it was just the song, I would like it a little bit more. If it wasn't. All right, so I see Tiny. Actually, I see your question here about the options video. It says, great info, but I'm still confused, unfortunately. I'm not sure how the risk is calculated. I've been using the amount that the contract price goes up or down and the value that creates. So if I buy a call at 50 cents because that's when I can afford, and it goes down to 25 cents, if that means I'm down more than $5, I have to sell and then watch the move go without me. I can only buy one contract at a time, so I can't take profits in tiers, which also limits me. I still don't understand how far to go out because stocks can move faster and slower than they did the previous time. I still don't understand how to pick a strike price or why we go so far out if we expect the stock price to move quickly. Any idea on how to get past the confusion? So Tiny, for options, I would go to a video that really explains the Greeks. The Greeks are going to be showing you what, the extent that time decay plays on your position and all that stuff, right? So I'd really learn the Greeks and what that means. Okay, but yeah, Tiny, like I said, if you need help, I'll go ahead and detail 4 strategies, guys. And I'm going to detail these 4 strategies, and they're incredibly simple. And I'll even use TOS on demand if that's okay, because I think that'll help. So just bear with me. We'll use TOS on demand, and I'll show you the strategies that work. All right. So let me look at like BTBT here. All right. So I'll show you the strategies that work. Won't even let me. Hold on. I have to get rid of that. I'm trying to find just a few examples so I can show you guys what I do here. What's another big moving stock that's been moving over the last month? Maybe MRIN. So we got BTBT there. Here, I think I have a paperwork that I can use that I had the other day. All right, so let's look at some examples. All right, guys. And so I'm going to explain some things, and it's really important that you guys really truly listen to what I'm about to say. All right. Forgive the mess. We're moving, and so, we got stuff all over the house. We've got reindeer and all this crap all over the house, but we're moving, so, forgive me. Anyways, this will be my last stream at this house too, guys. This will be my last stream at this house, so we're gonna kiss it goodbye. Anyways, okay, there's a few innate concepts that you have to understand in the stock market. All right, and these concepts are relatively universal, but they also need some targeting down if you want to be effective at these strategies. Okay, guys. So, all right, so if we're looking at a stock chart, okay, and what you need to understand is that we are using the VWAP here, guys. We are using the VWAP to determine the intraday trend. So we're using the VWAP to judge sentiment. Okay, so here's the VWAP. You can see maintaining below it, downward trend. Very easy downward trend. Now, the strategy that I find is the most consistent in penny stocks. And listen, guys, if you just wait for this one strategy in penny stocks, you will probably have favorable results. I can't guarantee you will, but if you just wait for this one strategy in the market, you will probably have favorable results. Okay? And it's really important to understand the different elements of this strategy. And so stick around, pay attention, and listen, guys. So anyways, and this is very consistent, and you'll see it consistent throughout time. All right, so when we see a stock that maintains below the VWAP here, now whether we're talking about at the opening bell within the first 30 minutes, or whether we're talking about noticeably later on in the day like DLPN here, what we want to see the first thing we want to see is, number one, we're going to draw this out here so you guys can understand it. We want to see okay. All right, so this is the first thing we want to see, and I'm going to make this big so you guys can really read it, you know. All right, so the first thing we want to see, guys. Okay, we want to see a stock maintaining a downtrend underneath the VWAP with confirmation. And so what I mean by that is that we want to see a stock under the VWAP maintaining down with confirmation, which means that every time it's historically tried to pop over the VWAP, you know, we get some rejections here. We get consistent rejections, which confirm the trend. This is really confirming the trend. It means there's less confusion in the direction of the position, you know, which means that other traders see this downward trend and they are consequently attacking it. All right. All right. So that's step one. All right. The next thing we want to see is a volume surge coming in. All right, so here's step two. Again, listen to this, guys. We are looking for a large volume surge coming in. Okay, this is step two. We want to see a large volume surge coming in over 200,000 shares traded per minute in a stock that did not have incredibly high volume. Like, look at this: low volume, low volume, low volume, low volume, low volume. All right, so we got all the low volume moves. We see a downtrend, 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 downtrend. Okay, and all the other traders that are watching this position, they see this here. They see this here. So all the other traders, they see this here. The reality is that they see this downward trend. And when the volume comes in, the number one thing we're looking for is a large volume surge coming in over 200,000 shares traded per minute. And I want you guys to remember what this looks like. Okay, remember what this looks like. Again, quiet volume. Quiet volume. All right, we got quiet volume all throughout here. Eventually, what happens? We get a large volume surge coming in here. And during that volume surge, we get a rip over the VWAP level. We get a rip over the VWAP level like this. All right, when this happens, I am buying the first pullback here. This little baby 1 minute pullback strategy right here. This is what we're buying into. We're waiting for it to pull back. We're buying that dip, and then we are scalping out of this position usually within 1 to 2 minutes. Usually within 30 seconds for me. I'm usually getting out of this thing super fast, right? But it's up to you. It's up to you how long you want to hold it. And you're literally buying this pullback on the pullback, and you're exiting on the bounce. All right. That's, if you wait for only this strategy, you will most likely make money consistently in the market. You know, we had some guy that just called me a clown. That's fine. Like, it's probably my man over there, Luke at Elite Day Traders, mad because I'm giving away content for free when he's over there trying to shill sleazy courses. I digress. Anyways, if you look for this one strategy will profit in the market. You know, I can't guarantee it will. For me, it definitely does. All right. If we look at other examples of this, like anywhere, right? Other examples anywhere, guys. So whether we're talking about Neuro's ran a lot over the last month. So whether we're talking about Neuro here, you know what I mean? Here's one right here we could look at. It's not quite the same, but okay, here's another example. Neuro, again, low volume, volume surge. You buy this one pullback here, and you exit on the bounce. It would have worked as well. You know, that's $1 per share gain on Neuro on this day, right? $1 per share gain on Neuro. Same thing, would have worked. The key is you got to scalp out of it. All right, let's look at more examples of it if we can find them. Slow. And the good thing about this strategy is that it works on the other side too. It works on the downside, which is what I've been shorting mid and high caps with. What's another stock that's been moving a lot? XCLA? I wouldn't really call it. It's moving up. I don't know if I'd call it like that, though. Not really any of these. All right, here's one. All right, here's another example. Same concept, guys. Same strategy. Okay. Again, the key that we're looking for here is the absence of volume. Here, no volume. Again, no volume. What happens? We get a big volume surge, and during that volume surge, we get a pop over the VWAP. And there's two areas to buy, really. You know, you get the pop over the VWAP, you get the little pullback. There's two areas to buy in this one, and they both would have worked. All right, you could buy it here on this little micro pullback. Understand, this is certainly more risk. This is certainly more risk buying it here because it's not extended enough. The breakout over the VWAP was not as polarized. All right, and so like what you really want to see is a polarized break over the VWAP. You want to see a big break over the VWAP like this, and then a pullback. Right? If it's just a little baby break over the VWAP, it's not going to work as well. Why? Because there's less confidence in that push. You know, it's less polarizing. You know, less people see it as strength. They don't like it as much. But when we get a big break like this one right here, this is the one that everybody sees, and this is the one that everybody's buying into. All right, so you wait for the big move over the VWAP when the volume comes in. You buy this pullback, you scalp out on the bounce. All right, and you can do this over and over and over again. If we look at examples of this, guys, here's another one. You know, again, what do we get? We get an absence of volume. We get all of a sudden volume. We get a downward trending stock, absence of volume. We get a big volume spike. What happens? Boom, surge over the VWAP. Again, you could buy this one. This one's more risky. The real traders are jumping in this one here and attacking that. And so it happens it happens almost every time, and it works extremely well. It's one of the most consistent strategies you can really get involved with in the market. You know, we got this one here, which I think I just showed you. And so you can find these setups every day in the market. You can find examples just like this, you know, again, volume increase, pull back to the VWAP, rip. You could buy this one. There's just a little bit more risk with it. But my point remains is that there are certain strategies that if you can be disciplined enough to just wait and wait for these specific strategies, you can profit in the market. You know, it's not rocket science. You know what I mean? You just got to ignore some of the nonsense you see on the internet. You got to ignore some of the people trying to sell you courses, because I promise you, guys, some of these guys selling courses are spending more time making content for their courses than they are actually trading. Okay, one of the reasons, guys, I stream, and I don't put out a ton of videos. Like, I put out videos, but one of the reasons I stream is because I can focus on my trading while producing content. You know what I mean? I'm not spending all my days creating videos. You know what I mean? And I like putting out videos, but like I stream because I can focus on the market and I can focus on my own trading while I do it. You know, if I spend 6 hours a day making videos, I'm not going to have time to focus on my trading. And so some of these people out here selling courses, they don't have the time to focus on their trading. You know what I mean? Some of these people like Luke M over there at Elite Day Traders, like he's just trying to money grab. There's no verification of his profits. Like, he's not actually showing you his trades, I'm sure. And regardless, profitable traders don't act like he does. They just don't. Profitable traders don't go around just attacking every other trader because they're insecure about it. In the end, learn a few select strategies and then just rinse and repeat the strategies that work. You know, and you'll find strategies that work. You just got to look at the chart and see the chart and then be extremely disciplined with it. And if you can, then you can profit huge in the market, you know. And again, this is coming from somebody that has day traded. I promise you, I probably day traded longer than a large majority of your gurus. But it's an important thing for people to understand, and people need to hear it because there's a lot of nonsense. There's a lot of fugazi going around the stock market right now, you know. Anyways, I digress. Did this guy attack you? Well, no, what that guy did, and the reason I'm using him as an example is because it kind of shows you the mentality of some of these guys. I'm not going to say his name again. I don't think that's important. But what I do think is that, okay, so this dude hung around in my stream for months. All right. But no, what he did was he came to my stream. Is probably the same guy giving me dislikes, to be honest, POV. But I appreciate the $5, bro. But XCLA is moving up today. Well, it's at 303, so we're watching it. We had a guy that came to my stream every day, and he was like a member of my community. He was like a member of my chat community. And so he would listen to my explanations about strategies. He would listen to my system, right? And he would listen to my system. And then when Dogecoin happened, he started to get really critical about Dogecoin. And I got in Dogecoin at 12.5 cents. I sold it like 60 cents, like 65 cents. And then it dropped down to 40 cents. And he would always be like, see, I told you Dogecoin was bad. And I would be like, bro, you can't see a security. You can't see an asset go from 12 cents to 70 cents. And then when it drops a small percentage back to 40 or 50, then act like it was a bad investment. It's still up huge. That's dumb logic. That's logic from someone desperate to be right, And he would get really weird and mad and just super critical. He would literally just sit around the stream and wait to criticize. Just sit around the stream waiting to criticize. Until one day I was just kind of like, Luke, it's time for you to go. Like you're just sitting here waiting to criticize every day. Like, get out of here. And I found out that he was some Furu guy on Twitter with a bunch of fake Twitter followers trying to sell a sleazy ass service. You know what I mean? Unfortunate. But it's like people like him are out there. I bet you he's probably teaching people the same content I taught here, to be honest. And it sucks. And that hurts because he's taking my content and teaching people my strategies. You know what I mean? Trying to take credit, but he's charging people for it, which is sleazy. It's slimy. It's nasty. It's a terrible thing, right? But predatory people are out there right now. You know what I mean? And like a lot of the people selling courses, their job is to convince you that you can't learn for free, because that's bad for their business. If you can learn for free like me, which I didn't take any courses, I didn't pay for any courses, anything like that. And I'm obviously profitable, but their job is to convince you that you have to take a course. And the only way you can make money is taking a course, right? But predatory people are out there like that. They're taking free used content, recycled content. Like I said, like this guy with my content, probably teaching people it over on his, probably selling services, teaching my content, charging people for it. But you have predatory people like that are just looking for trading for a money grab. And it's unfortunate. And again, I can't say I don't make money in the stock market. You know what I mean? I can't say I don't make money outside of trading in this. I make tons of money from this YouTube channel, and understandably so, but I'm honest about it and I don't charge people for it, but no, seriously though, thank you, POV. Yeah. Everybody listen to POV, hit that like button, run those numbers up. But anyways, and like, I get being loyal to like an educator. Like I really do. Like I get being loyal to an educator, but like, I think it has to get to a point where it's like, if you're overly loyal, then it just causes drama, like I get being loyal to an educator. Like I'm for that. Right. But you also have to allow people to have the opposing view and look at the other side of it. You know what I mean? Because I think that the guru industry is a sleazy one. And their job is to make you so loyal to them that you don't even question them. You know what I mean? That you don't even question them, that you don't even think about what's going on. You know what I mean? And I think that you don't need that. I think coaching is valuable. I think that, if I ever started a service, which I don't think I'm going to, but if I ever really started a service, it would be a coaching service where I coached traders instead of selling a course. I don't think a course is really valuable, but I think I could look at traders, see what they're doing wrong and try to help them. But regardless, I don't think I'm going to do that either. Like, so don't worry, guys. I'm not going to charge. I like saying we don't charge a penny for any of our content, and that being the actual truth. But if I ever did, it wouldn't be a course like that. It would probably be like coaching service or some crap. But I doubt I'll end up doing that. I don't really have the time to do that much. I see NAOV finally back over the VWAP here. We still have HOLI, Auto. WHLM is the only real good one aside from that. Yeah, this strategy certainly can work on large caps one way. It's a little bit different. So I trade both. Understand that I trade both one way. So I scalp mid and high caps. Like, okay, I'll show you guys my stats here one more time. Like if we look at the stocks I'm trading with the system, right? If we look at the stocks I'm trading with the system, where'd they go? There's gotta be, yeah, trades view. You can see Disney, the SPY, AMD, the SPY, Apple, AMD, Disney, Apple, AMD, Apple, MU, Disney, the SPY, Disney, AMD, AMD. So I'm trading mid and high caps with these, but it's a little bit different. And the mid and high cap strategies are certainly more of just trend attacking. Like, okay, so you got to understand the basics, guys. So this is the reality, okay? Okay, so with penny stocks are more kind of manic, right? So penny stocks will run up big and then crash big, right? They maintain reliable and consistent trends less. All right, so they maintain reliable and consistent trends less, right? With mid and high caps, they maintain better trends. And so when you're trading and you're trading penny stocks, your mentality needs to be, I need to capitalize on this move before it crashes. If you're going long, short's a different story completely. But if you're trading penny stocks on the long side, your mentality should usually be, I need to capitalize on this momentum before it dies down. That's what you have to think, because when penny stocks crash, they crash large. They crash big. They have big drops, big rejections. And so your goal is to capitalize before it crashes, basically, with penny stocks. They're manic depressive, I call them. They go up big and down big. Mid and high caps, on the other hand, they maintain trends in a more reliable and easy to see way. And so if we're looking at that, and we look at like AMD, for instance, look at AMD yesterday. I made a bunch of money on AMD yesterday. Why? Because this thing just maintained a beautiful trend throughout the day. I mean, if we look at this and we get rid of this previous closing price, you can see this thing maintains pretty reliable trends. Every time it pulls back to the VWAP, it bounces. There's a lot of trend to attack here with AMD. Look at the VWAP maintaining over it in a really consistent and obvious way. And there's just a lot of trend to attack here, as opposed to like what ran yesterday, EVK, which EVK ripped up big and then was kind of sideways. And this one really honestly didn't maintain that bad of a trend, but it was definitely a little bit more big runs. And then look at this big crash down. Like that's what you get in penny stocks. Big rips up, big crashes down. And so your goal in penny stocks is to protect your account and avoid those big drops. But that's the difference. And so when I transition from penny stocks to mid and high caps and mid and high caps to penny stocks, I adjust my trading to compensate for the difference in movement, if that makes sense. Hey, what's up, Richard? What's up, Ryan? Hey, good morning. Yeah, honestly, Martin, you're probably right, brother. What's up, Ali B? Hey, how you doing, bro? Does XCLA have a future? It depends on how long you're talking about, bro. Hey, thank you, David. Hey, I appreciate the love, brother. And I will say, David, it's easier said than done, brother. It's easier said than done. Like, I understand the need to ignore comments. But the best way I can describe it, the best way I can describe YouTube is that you're just kind of sitting in front of everybody getting peanuts thrown at you. You know what I mean? And people could say, oh, well, just ignore it. Just accept getting hit with peanuts. Just accept it. People are throwing peanuts at you. Just let the peanuts hit you. Let the peanuts bounce off of you. Don't let it get to you. And like, that's true. But it's easier said than done. And eventually you're going to snap and be like, stop freaking throwing peanuts at me, But that's the best analogy I can give for it. And it's true. But it's true. But you're certainly right. And if I have a character flaw, that's it, I'm saying mid and high caps, Mark, just in a really quick way. Bro, you got guys on YouTube every night trying to sell their courses, giving away cheap laptops. Yeah. Yeah, we could use SQ as an example. And I will say that not all mid and high caps. Yeah, look at the beautiful trend here. Like when you got a stock maintaining a trend like this is where you attack. And like what I'm usually buying on these type of stocks is I am buying pullbacks into support on a really short-term basis. So I might buy like this pullback here, this pullback here, this pullback here. You know, I'm buying like little pullbacks. You know, I'm always buying pullbacks. I am never buying here, never buying here. And you can see why. I mean, we just reject, we fake out there. But these are the trends that you're trying to attack. When you can identify trends like this is what we're really trying to do. Yeah. Yeah, OTLK starting to rip back up, guys. OTLK at 320s here, guys. 320s. Looks good. What else we got? All right, so we got WHLM, OTLK. OTLK looks really interesting too. I might buy a little bit of this pullback in pre-market. Same kind of strategy we talked about earlier. Not sure if it's going to work, but we might buy. That's way too big of size for this. 25 shares is maybe a little bit more reasonable. Let me switch the time and force. Get out of the way. There we go. All right, so we're in with 25 shares. All right, so we're going to see if this works. Maybe I'll add some more if I need to here. Yeah. What do y'all think of this new music? Let's see what the chat thinks of this new music here. Let me know. Not really the style we usually look at, but it's all good. Yeah, it's calm. That's the reason why. LCID offering. Man, Lucid, it's tough, man. I don't know. I didn't see Ryan's on Twitter. Let me check it out. Yeah, this is kind of like lo-fi mixed with jazz a little bit. What did OTLK end up doing? But yeah, Lucid, I don't know, man. I'm torn on this one, man. I've seen a lot of hype for it. But it's something that I'm just not super familiar with. I don't know enough about the company. Everybody hit that like button, guys. Run those like numbers up real quick. This is my last day streaming from my office here. So this is my last day streaming from my office here. And I'm actually moving to an actual office. Now I'm going to have like my own office in the new house. So I'm super excited. So everybody hit the like button in support for the last show. Hey, what's up, Brian? Made big money on DLPN. Nice, brother. Nice, man. Yeah, I know. It used to be CCIB. I know CCIB. PSCA. Or PCSA. Yeah, PCSA is getting some volume now. It doesn't look bad. I just think this music is calming, man. This is what I need to listen to when I'm trading. I see a DS. You leaving us, brother? That's cool. Oh, maybe you're talking about my office. My bad. Hey, congrats, Ali B. Congrats, brother. Hey, nice, man. DLPN today, I'm stuck in heavy at 12 bucks. Yeah, y'all be careful, man. Okay, so listen, I'm going to give you guys some advice regarding DLPN. This is not investment professional advice. This is not, remember, we are not investment professionals. We are not liable if you lose. This is not stock picks. This is not stock, we do not give out stock recommendations or anything like that. Remember, this is purely entertainment purposes only. Now, with that said, okay, so DLPN is an NFT stock, a non-fungible token stock. And betting on DLPN success is betting on the future of NFTs. All right. So if you think NFTs are going to be successful long term, then, you know, NFTs make sense, and holding DLPN might make sense to you. Now it depends on how much you're okay with tying up that money. All right, guys. Some of the stuff. Hey, but yeah, I'm gonna have to catch up with all the donations and add that to the count. All right, guys. Let me catch back up, chat. Sorry, I'm talking to my man Mitch over there about some stuff. So Mitch and I are kind of talking on Twitter a little bit. We got DLPN, but yeah, the future of DLPN is going to depend on the future of NFTs. And so if you think the NFT market is going to be popping up in the next few months, then that might be an okay bet to bet on DLPN, which is one of the main NFT plays. If you don't like the future of NFTs, then it is what it is. But it just depends. Mitchell, good luck, brother. I hope you do well. Oh, you are leaving this room. Yeah, no. At first, I thought you were bowing out of the chat. I was like, don't leave us, DS. Aren't you a mod? You should be a mod. Oh, you are, man. Okay, good. Say, don't leave me, DS. I don't know if Mitch. Yeah, I don't think Mitch is in here. Mitch was over at Twitter. Tiny. I don't know if he's watching us now. He might be. Binance is getting banned in your country. What's your country, Altuve? I'm assuming you are Dominican? What's that? Venezuelan, maybe? No, Binance is getting banned in most countries. Hey, what's up, Frank? Hey, good morning, bro. Yeah, DLPN, honestly, no, DLPN looks good today. I mean, I don't hate it. It's gapping down, but I still think that this is one of the most interesting moves today. I think just considering the sentiment change here, I think this makes it really, really interesting. And so I think this is interesting. I think the extent of the move yesterday makes this one super interesting. And I think a lot of people are going to be watching DLPN today. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people are going to be paying attention to it. You know, so it's one of the ones that I'm watching for sure. Yeah, we're going to look at volume, but volume right now doesn't matter. I mean, it'll get hype at the opening bell, hopefully. I should have added a little bit to that. Damn. All right, we also have auto that just popped up, AUTO. So auto just popped up. It's at 380s right now, 380s. All right, guys, so we do have auto ripped up here. We're still in OTLK. And so we're just going to see if we hold here. I might add a little bit more to it, just kind of accept the risk. If I can get filled here. All right, so we're on with 50 shares. I like the amount it's consolidating over the VWAP here, and so I think that's still fun. So we got a little bit of a pop-up. Yeah, this song's dope too. So we got a little bit of a pop-up here. It looks like that ad was the right move. Try to let it ride a little bit here. Yeah, hey, I'm glad to see you here, Tiny. I'm trying to be patient with this, but we'll see what happens here. Yeah, auto's kind of pulling back to the VWAP here. There we go. We got out a little bit, just half of the position there, just to protect it for OTLK. I see auto pulling back to the VWAP here. Let's see if it actually holds. There's just not that much volume really right now for this. So OTLK is still pushing up. I'm going to take a little bit more off there, just protect the trade, and then let the last little 15 shares rip up here. Does anybody want to know? Hey, later, David. Have a good day, brother. I don't know why PayPal's getting beat up. I mean, we could try to look up the news for PayPal to see what's going on. Buy now, pay later firms could be at risk during downtime, says analyst. So that's one of the reasons it dropped. They expanded their crypto team in Ireland. PayPal's recruiting people to fill crypto-related positions for offices in Ireland. Basically, a bearish article came out talking about how pay later platforms like PayPal might be in trouble for downturns, is what I'm seeing here for PayPal. Hey, what's up, Noel? Hey, good morning. What do you guys think of crypto derivatives, like crypto futures contracts? I just had somebody reach out to me telling me about their platform and that, and I'm curious about it. I wouldn't mind trading crypto futures, but it depends. All right, so I'm in this now. I don't know what we're gonna do with OTLK, but I think this is a good explanation of like how I trade these guys. Like I'm always buying pullbacks here. Like here, I got in at 315, so we bought this pullback here. I think it was like right here, and we're just trying to buy the pullback and attack that range. You know, look for where it's most likely to bounce, of course, and attack the range. Is all we're really doing. Yeah, thank you, Mobile. Yeah, it was definitely Elon Musk that reached out to me, bro. Yeah, it's interesting, Martin. It's weird, bro. You know, for sure. Hello, John. Do you use the VWAP? Can y'all hear that? I'm sorry if y'all can. Do I use the VWAP as a stop loss? No. I use it as a risk level. Sorry, guys. I don't know why it's that loud. Well, that was stupid. How do I turn the hand off? Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. There's got to be a way I could turn this off. There we go. Yeah, I'm just kind of hanging out. I'm trying to be patient while I'm in this OTLK trade. How did you guys know? I mean, somehow you guys know. That's all right. Oh no, where is it? There we go. All right, so we're doing okay here. We're at 330s for OTLK. What else is moving? I mean, OTLK is definitely the biggest mover. We got WHLM, which doesn't really look that hot either. I was just playing 50 cent spinning ghosts. Yeah, everything else looks kind of garbage, guys. I hate to say it. I mean, MINM popped up, it looks like, but this one doesn't look that bad. If this one can reclaim the VWAP, then it's not too bad. It's not that bad if it can reclaim the VWAP and hold. You know? But main watches DLPN, OTLK, WHLM, and that's about it. Maybe NRXP a little bit, but we're gonna see what happens to our OTLK trade. Yeah, if you want my layout here. Dude, this is so stupid. It's like a link to your shared item, and then when I try to copy it, it doesn't freaking let me, bro. It's so stupid. This Does it let me do it here? No. I can only do it here. Okay. Share workspace. Okay, here it goes. It automatically copies, I guess. All right, cool. Here's my workspace, Carlos. There it is right there, bro.
This is the end of side 1 of this record. Please now, turn it over for the second side. This is the second side.
Yeah, no worries, Carlos. No stress, bro. All right, so we're sitting in this. It's getting rejected at the pre-market high area, which is fine, I guess. Any little cushion on the day is fine. So we're just gonna get out here, take our little bit of money, and well, maybe we'll buy it again if it looks good. TBIO is really interesting. Let's see if we can figure out what TBIO was doing and like why it acted like it did. This thing gapped all the way up to $50, pulled all the way back down to $37.75 here. All right, so it's an acquisition. Okay, so that actually makes sense. So Sanofi is going to acquire Translate Bio, which is TBIO, for $38 per share in cash, or $3.2 billion. So it's an acquisition. That makes more sense. Where it gapped up and then corrected back to the purchase price. So that's what happened with TBIO. We got HOLI, just not enough volume there. WHLM still trying to get back up. I'm still looking at like MDIA, PCSA, just so slow on volume. OTLK is really the only one that looks good today in penny stocks right now. I mean, I'm watching OTLK and like DLPN and EVK as well. So like those three. So OTLK, DLPN, ETK. Or what is it, EVK? Yeah, EVK, DLPN, WHLM, and OTLK are the four that we're looking at in penny stocks. And if you got anything specific that you want me to look at that you think we should be watching, let me know, because that's what I'm seeing right now. All right, so we still have OTLK. It's just kind of hanging out right there, waiting at the top. Yeah, hopefully we got the 8 a.m. news dropping pretty soon here. Yeah, oh, we're going to watch BTBT as well today. Here's BTBT. It's not that bad. I mean, it's green. If we look at the previous closing price, BTP, he's still pretty solid. I mean, it's green on the day. It's slightly up. It's definitely one that we're paying attention to just based off of recent volatility. I mean, this one's been moving a lot. Sorry, guys. When does a penny stock stop being a penny stock? It depends right now. It really depends. So it's a subjective thing. Most people are going to consider, I'm out of my OTLK trade, by the way. Most people are going to consider a penny stock under $5. I consider a penny stock any low cap stock under 15 bucks is really what I'm going to consider a penny stock. And what a cap really is, guys, is a cap stands for market capitalization. It's just the outstanding shares times the price of the current stock, right? And so when you hear somebody say mid and high cap, they're talking about medium and large companies that have a larger float and a larger price, basically. If you hear somebody say small cap, you're hearing it's basically a smaller company. It means that their float times outstanding shares, or their outstanding shares times price, is smaller, right? Just smaller, less established companies. That's what most people are talking about when they say penny stocks. It's just smaller, less established companies like OTLK or WHLM, all that stuff. So that's mostly what people are talking about. But I trade a little bit of everything. Like I trade AMD, MU a ton. Apple, I've been making money with Apple a ton lately as well. And there's stuff like that we're really interested in trading. But, we rotate back from penny stocks. A lot of the time, guys, like I said, if you're looking to trade penny stocks, you got to understand penny stocks are more manic. They move up and down in bigger waves, but they're less trending. They trend less. In the market, they trend less, but to be honest, it varies. It's widely varied. So some people call penny stocks under 15, some people call them under 5. It all depends. Bitcoin is bleeding the last 5 minutes. Let's take a look. Ooh, Bitcoin just got dropped. Let me see if we can figure out a reason why Bitcoin is dropping here. Let me see. I don't see any news right now for Bitcoin specifically here. Somebody else might have more knowledge. Let me check some other places here. Let me check. Benzinga is really the place. Check to see what's going on here. Chat probably answered it already. Infrastructure bill, yeah, I figured it was something like that. I'm looking to see if we can figure out any other reason, like on why it's really dropping right now. So we're delving into that. All right, guys. So yeah, we're looking at Bitcoin. We're gonna see what happens. All right, guys. Sorry, writing something here. Pounding the keyboard. Hey, HJLI ripping up. HJLI is ripping up. Let's see if we got the catalyst here for it. It doesn't have a ton of volume right now. So let me see what the catalyst is. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. All right, so I'm checking in to see what the catalyst is for a lot of these real quick. So just bear with me, team. All right, so for HJLI, I'm sure somebody already said it, but we're going to put it on the chat right now. So for HJLI here, Hancock Hafe granted the FDA breakthrough device designation for HJLI. Or for VWAP. So for their VWAP product, they were granted, let me post it here. So this is the catalyst for HJLI. They were granted the FDA breakthrough device designation for VWAP, and you can see HJLI here. This one's really interesting because it's moving up nicely. It also has a float of only 7.5 million, and the volume's really solid for pre-market trading. So the volume is really solid for pre-market trading. And yeah, for sure, it's something that looks solid. We're definitely going to include this one on the list now. Let me see if we can find some more data on Bitcoin, on what's going on with that. Yeah, I don't see any news. Bitcoin looks like it bounced back a little bit though already for Bitcoin. So here's Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin basically bounced all the way back here. So we're going to see what happens there as well for that one. But right now, guys, we have EVK dropping down. We were looking at this one. Unfortunately, it's dropping down. We got WHLM. OTLK did not hold either. But now we got HGLI in the mix. And so this was probably the best looking one now. Let's see if the volume sustains here is really what we're looking at for HJLI. And we'll see what happens. Johnny, I wouldn't quit your job until you have much more money than that, brother. You're not going to be able to make a full-time living with 10K. And anybody that tells you different, you know, is just trying to sell you something. The reality is 10K is just not enough to make a full-time income, sir. Unfortunately. All right, guys. All right, so we do have the high break on HJLI here. So HJLI is breaking these highs. Let's see what happens, guys. We're watching this closely. Yeah, I mean, you don't need 120K to be a full-time day trader. That's probably not accurate. I think that it's subjective, but I think that it depends on what you would consider full-time. I think that, like, for instance, me as a trader, I am making $1,000 to $2,000 a month with a $30,000 account, right? And so I think that it varies, and I think it depends on what you consider full-time. I think that I could probably make, 3 to 4K a month with this account, but there's certainly more risk. And so it depends on what you're comfortable with risking. And it depends on how consistent you actually are, because a lot of people want to be consistent, but they're just not. And so, it's one of those things that you got to learn. Yeah, HJLI is super interesting. Nice, Tiny. Yeah, I set up hotkeys last week, and I've been using them a lot. Hey, I'm sorry to hear. Sorry to hear about getting laid off, Pawn. But yeah, you got this, brother. You know what I mean? Like I said. Yeah, I have my quote speed set pretty low. It's like there's a small 1 second. It's a few seconds delay. It just helps it run better. But to be honest, I haven't had any trouble with TD Ameritrade since I was able to. Here, I think my son might be playing Minecraft. Let me see. Since I was able to lower the settings for TOS. What the heck? I like this playlist until that showed up. Hey, thank you, man. I'm full-time with a 30K account. John's channel is one of the best on YouTube. It helped me get there from 4,400 in 6.5 months. Hey, thank you, brother. Hey, what's up, Chief? Hey, good morning, sir. John, I could really use your help. Could you check out Facebook? Looks like it might turn around soon. It's hard to tell, man. I'm not good at guessing reversals, brother. You know what I mean? Like, all I do is, like, I look for support to buy into. And so if we're looking at support, 350. Maybe this 335 level as well. All right, so yeah, Facebook. Let's see if it bounces at 350. I think 350 is a psychological level that we should pay attention to. Here's HJLI. No, I can't really say I like the daily chart for this one, but beautiful swing here, and you can see the catalyst for HJLI. Hey, thank you, Altuve. Guys, John, it's all good. I was ready to leave that job. So much happier now. Ran pawn shops for 10 years for a big company. Now I just shop them and find things to sell on eBay and keep the money myself. Yeah, for sure. That's a good idea. You know, like I said, check out that book business, Pawn. Book business are incredibly profitable, brother. John's videos are excellent. I promise if you watch them, they'll help you. John helped me become consistent 17 days green in a row. Hey, congrats. I'm getting there, bro. I mean, we look at my stats here. I'm getting pretty close. Like I had 3 losses over the last month in my trading. So 3 losses. That's not that bad, man. I'm definitely happy with that for sure. Yeah. Spy dropping. Jad, could you please elaborate more on key levels? I can identify them and watch them, but what actions do you take relative to the price action around those levels? Tech time today. Yeah, we could do a little bit of tech time right now, guys, and that'll be a fun thing. Okay, so the biggest thing you need to understand about these levels, guys, like the main thing you want to understand about these levels is that these are pullback levels to buy into, and they're also levels at which traders lose confidence in the current direction, right? Like so much of trading revolves around traders having confidence in a specific direction, and you need to be able to think about it from the mentality of where is the current sentiment of this current stock, like where is the sentiment going now, like what is the sentiment of this stock and where does that sentiment ultimately change is the question you need to ask yourself when you're looking at any specific level at any specific chart. You need to say, where does this sentiment change? Where do traders lose confidence in this current position? Because that's where I'm shorting into. If I'm trading mid and high caps, that's what I'm shorting into, is when traders lose confidence. If I'm trading penny stocks, that's my risk level in these penny stocks. And so when we look at this for like HJLI, for instance, here, we need to go into it with the mentality of, okay, what do all the other traders see? All right. Number one, the VWAP is going to be a natural level, like an organic level that people watch. It's going to be an organic milestone level that people pay attention to, because if we break underneath the VWAP, what happens? Again, traders lose confidence in the current trend, in the current direction. And so if we break underneath the VWAP, traders ultimately just lose confidence in that direction, in that trend, so to speak. Also, you know, we could use the VWAP, but also half and whole dollars or similar psychological levels at which traders lose confidence in the current direction if we break over or under them, right? So just on HJLI, we have $9, we've got $8.50, we've got $8. You know, we could look at half and whole dollars and the VWAP and all that good stuff. To give you a better example, I think we should look at like something else that might be a little bit easier to understand here. All right, so for instance, okay, so let's look on the short side. Okay, in the short side, let me find an example of AMD on the short side that really proves what I'm trying to say here. Let's see if we can find one. That's not what we want to see. That's not what we want to see. Okay, here's a good example. All right, and so in this case, right, so AMD has a range here. You know, AMD has a range. This is the range, okay? And AMD has this range. So up until this point in time on AMD, we're maintaining in this range. And sure, we're breaking over the VWAP. And when we broke under the VWAP, when we broke under the VWAP, traders lost a little bit of their sentiment. We're maintaining mostly above it. We break underneath it. This is when traders start to lose sentiment, right here. Traders start to lose sentiment once we break under the VWAP here. And so what do I do with stocks like this is I short into this pop. Why? Because when we break underneath the VWAP, people lose sentiment, right? And so when we bounce back to it, that's a good, instead of dip buying like I would on a long setup, on shorting, I'm buying the bounce. Right, I'm shorting into the bounce. I'm shorting into the bounce. Right, so traders lose confidence when we break under the VWAP, and so I short into it. Another example is here. When we break underneath this low, long traders lose confidence, and so they start to sell. And so when we get these pops, I short into those pops as well. Same thing if we're looking at the other side. So if we want to look at the long side, for instance, and we want to see what I mean on the long side here. All right, so in this way, where do traders gain confidence in this position? All right, so we open up below the VWAP. We pop over it. Where do traders gain confidence here? A lot of them are going to gain confidence after we break over the VWAP, hold, and continue. And so a lot of traders in that way are going to be buying this little pullback here. If you see this little down wick here, traders are going to be buying that up. Why? Because they've gained confidence in the current position. And so when you identify levels, you're looking for milestone levels at which traders either gain or lose confidence. So we break over a whole dollar. A lot of traders are going to gain some confidence from that whole dollar break. They're going to consequently buy the whole dollar pullback they're going to consequently buy the pullback to the whole dollar because traders are gaining confidence in that current direction. And so when you're looking at levels, that's really the mentality that you need to have is where do traders have confidence in the current direction? Where do traders, finally start to gain and lose confidence in the current direction? That's all you need to think about if you really, want to understand the nuance behind it. And it makes sense if you really think about it. Hey, thank you, Sam. Hey, thank you for that, brother. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you, man. Appreciate the support, brother, for sure. But I hope all that makes sense because it needs to be understood that when you're establishing a risk level, you're establishing a level at which traders lose confidence in the current direction, right? And so that's what you need to think about when you're thinking of a stop loss. All right, you need to think about, hey, where do traders lose confidence? What level, where's the level at which when we break underneath that, traders lose confidence? That's the question you need to ask yourself when you're establishing a risk level. That's what I do. And that's why one of the reasons I establish a risk level, it will be underneath the VWAP. It'll be a confirmed level underneath the VWAP. Why? Because if we break underneath a confirmed level underneath the VWAP, traders are going to lose confidence. They're not going to be as confident about the current position. Here's an example. Okay. Say I bought the stock up here, right? And I wanted to give myself a risk level. Here's a level underneath the VWAP at which traders lose confidence. We got a level underneath the VWAP. We break underneath this level. Traders are ultimately going to be less confident in the upward direction. And look what happens. We break underneath this level and then we zoom out. And boom, we get a huge fade all the way back down. Why? Because traders ultimately just lost confidence in the current position. They lost confidence in the current direction. And so consequently, they ended up selling their long positions, exiting their long positions. And what does selling cause? Selling causes drops, and that's what ultimately happens here. And that makes sense if you really think about it. That's the way you have to use these. And so when I'm looking at a position, that's what I'm thinking about. When I'm scalping a level, I think about, okay, well, where are traders gaining confidence in this? When I'm shorting mid and high caps like AMD, I'm saying, okay, well, where do traders lose confidence? That's where I want to short into. That's my short level. And then I'm not shorting right at that level. A lot of the time I'm shorting once that level breaks, and then we get a small pullback bounce that I can short into to give me a little bit better, risk reward, if that makes sense. And so I hope all of that makes sense, but that's the mentality you need to have. And that's the mentality I have currently with my system. And that's why it works, is because you can identify what I call milestone levels in a stock's movement and then profit from those milestone levels because you can see where traders gain and lose confidence, and that's all it really takes. All right, so yeah, here's HJLI. And, to use the logic we just had, all right, so where's a confirmed level underneath the VWAP here? I see 850. We break under 850. I think traders are going to lose confidence in HJLI. Maybe I'm wrong. I could definitely be wrong, but I don't think I am. I think if we break under that, I think, traders are going to lose confidence. It's just that easy. XCLA is okay. The volume's just very low. It's choppy, low, and a little bit boring. We got SBET here. SBET's trying. Yeah, and everybody run those like counts up if you want to help support your boy here. I certainly appreciate it if you do. All right, guys. So, hey, y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, guys. I certainly appreciate it if you do. Yeah, run those numbers up. Definitely appreciate it. Yeah. Also, John has a unique way of explaining something that is complicated and making it totally uncomplicated and comprehensible. As you can see in his explanation. Yeah, for sure. I think if I have something that I do well, it's that. I think I can express myself very easily. And even my wife and daughter tell me the same thing. Like, if I need to explain something to my daughter in school, I can lay it out in a very literal and understandable way so she can really grasp the information. I think if I have something that I'm blessed with, I think it's that, not to toot my own horn too much, but I think that I can express what I'm trying to say very easily in an understandable way. And so, hey, if you want more of that, guys, hit that subscribe button. Shameless plug. All right, we got WHLM still trying, and this one's still okay. We got OTLK still trying, and it's, it's at 303s right now. We got HJLI. up to 850, guys. And remember the level we talked about? We said 850. Let's see what happens. Lay trader, I don't get it. Somebody explain the significance. Is my son on the Xbox? Hold on, guys. I gotta go see something. All right, guys. So yeah, do it now. Oh, layman's terms. Yeah, hey, that's good. Hey, what's up, Richard? Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, for sure. It took me hearing your explanation of the VWAP for me to finally understand the importance of it, and it just made sense. Right. I mean, and the VWAP is a powerful tool that not enough traders really understand and use. Like the VWAP is, okay, I don't know if my system would work if I did not have the VWAP. Like, I don't know if I would be able to achieve these results here if I didn't have the VWAP. Like, if the VWAP wasn't there, I don't know if I'd be able to do that, you know? And so it's important. Yeah, for sure. I was a moving average guy. Yeah, and the VWAP can be incredibly powerful. It really can. It's just something that people. Well, I was seeing if my son was playing. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Jay. That's exactly what it is. My family tells me the same thing. I swear it's from having a programming background, seeing and building blocks and logic. Right. Like just to put it into perspective, guys. So in programming, like what you have to do in programming is you have to completely break down a problem to fix that problem, right? Like, so if you need to build a block of code for something, you need to completely break down exactly what you're trying to accomplish step by step in order to get a broader understanding of the solution, right? That's exactly what you got to do in trading, right? You need to break it down step by step to see the general sentiment of a current position. And because of that, you can profit from it, you know. I tried everything. We use moving averages some. Can you go over the VWAP again? Yeah, I got you, Carlos. So the VWAP, guys, is going to tell you the intraday trend of a position, right? Now, the VWAP is not something... Okay, so the VWAP is beneficial, right? Let's use yesterday's movement on AMD yesterday as an example here. Okay, so when we're using the VWAP for this, all right, so when we're using the VWAP here, let me make the chart big so people can see. So when we're using the VWAP here, what the VWAP is telling us is the current trend of this position, right? The current trend of this stock, I should say. And so if we're maintaining above the VWAP, we're in an upward trend. And so again, you can see every time we come back to the VWAP is accurately predicting the trend. It's not that the stock is necessarily respecting the VWAP. It is, but for a different reason. But the VWAP is predicting accurately what the trend is currently, right? Same thing here. We can see the stock maintaining over and under the VWAP. And in this case, it maintained over the VWAP. And you can kind of use logic here to see, well, okay, well, if we've identified a stock that's maintaining in a specific direction, then all you really need to do to take advantage of this current trend is buy these dips. You know, every time it pulls back to the VWAP, if you think it's going to maintain that current trend, you buy these dips and you ride the bounces, you know, and it's not always going to dip. I mean, look, 1 out of 4 or 1 out of 5 broke below the VWAP, but still, I mean, that's 80%, you know, that's 80%. And so when you're trying to capitalize on the VWAP, what you're doing is you're just buying these pullbacks to the VWAP. And you can see on stocks like AMD, more times than not, if you simply just wait for pullbacks to the VWAP with a tight risk level, you will make money. You know, that's the simplest way to trade. And that's really what got me started. okay, is I would just buy these pullbacks. Really simple. You get a stock that's maintaining good volume, good trend. I just buy the pullbacks to the VWAP. That's it. And again, it works most of the time. The problem is that some days you're going to run into days like this where it's sideways and choppy and there's just not super favorable action here. Sideways and choppy days where it's just chopping. When you see a stock chopping over and under and over and under the VWAP over and over again, that's the VWAP saying neutral. Like this is the VWAP saying, hey, look, this is a neutral trend, not super favorable time to attack, right? Because it's not respecting the VWAP. It's going over and under and over and under. So it's just not respecting a trend, and those days are going to happen. And so when you see this happening, you need to sit there and think, okay, I'm not going to trade this because it's not maintaining a trend. There's no edge. It's not maintaining a trend, right? The edge comes from trend identification, and there's no edge from it. And some days we're going to be choppy, and then we're going to break out of that choppy trend. Some days we're going to trend a little bit at the open. We're going to turn choppy, and then we're going to break back out of it like this. I don't really like these days either, but the good thing is that there's usually always another stock that is maintaining a better trend. So if one day the trend sucks on a specific stock, we could look for another day where Apple's not really trending that well. We could look for another day, well, we have a downtrend to attack here for Apple. And you'll find days where you'll get trends like this in the market, upward trend. You'll find days where you got trending stocks in the market, just like this. Your goal is to profit from them. And if you can identify a trend, then you can profit. That's all your goal is to identify a specific trend. And that's what I do. And we use the VWAP as a sentiment judger. We read the sentiment. And the reason it's valuable, guys, the reason the VWAP is valuable is because so many other traders use it. And so what does that tell us? What does that tell us when other traders use the VWAP? It tells us that when we pull back to the VWAP, when a stock pulls back to the VWAP, if a lot of other traders are using it, what happens? What happens is that when we pull back to the VWAP and we got a ton of other traders using it, other traders are buying it on the pullbacks as well. And the more traders that are buying it on the pullback, the more traders that are ultimately watching the VWAP, the more it's going to bounce there because the more buys that are going to come in there when it pulls back, right? So if everybody's watching the VWAP and everybody's looking for a bounce, when we pull back here, we're going to bounce because everybody's looking for that bounce. Everybody's buying in there. And so that's one of the reasons why it works. And with the VWAP here, there's different variations, but for day trading, there's one, right? So it's not like the 9 and the 12 and the 23 and the 26 and the 30 and the 35 EMA or SMA or all that stuff. There's not a ton of variations for it. And so it's more consolidated to where a lot of traders are ultimately paying attention to it, the same one. And so when a lot of traders are paying attention to the same indicator, you can find an edge because other traders are helping prop that position up just like you want them to. And so your goal when you're looking at the VWAP is to identify a trend, but it's also to try to identify the most obvious trend because the most obvious trend is going to have the most other traders that are buying it where you're buying it. And that's going to benefit you. And so that's how you use the VWAP to find an edge in trading. And that's what a lot of traders are doing wrong. A lot of traders are doing wrong. And so again, that's how you use the VWAP, and you can use it as a sentiment judger as well. We break underneath the VWAP on some days, traders are going to lose confidence in their positions. Or we break over the VWAP here. Look at AMD on this specific day. AMD on this specific day, downtrend in the morning. Look what happens. We broke over the VWAP, and what happened? Sentiment changed. All right, same concept. Sentiment changed. We popped over the VWAP, sentiment changed. Look what happened to AMD for the rest of the day. And so you can identify that sentiment change and then capitalize on it by using the VWAP. And that's what we really use it for. No, probably not, Chase. When the VWAP is pulling back, so I'm assuming you mean when the stock is pulling back to the VWAP, how do you tell if it's going to below or if it's going to bounce, or you'll cut it losses as soon as it goes below? Okay, so what I do for a risk level in my positions, and look at this, guys. Remember what I said here. Okay, this is a great example for HGLI because this is an example that I literally called out earlier. All right, and what I said was that if I was in HJLI, for instance, 850 would have been my risk. Why was 850 my risk? Because it was a confirmed low underneath the VWAP. It was also a $0.50. And so it was a confirmed low underneath the VWAP. It was also a $0.50. And if we break underneath 850, my logic was that traders were going to lose confidence in the current direction. And so again, what do we see here for HGLI or HJLI? We see a break under 850. We see a hold at 850 first. So we bounced at 850. So traders are watching 850, which means that if we break underneath it, they might lose confidence. And then what happens? We get a break underneath it. Look at the volume come in from just selling, people selling their positions. And so what does that mean? It means traders lost confidence when we broke underneath 850. And to put it into perspective, guys, I called this 850 level back here. When we were up here is when I called 850. I didn't call it down here. I called it when we were way back up here, like 20 minutes ago. And that's the significance. So I'm looking for a confirmed low or a confirmed support level underneath the VWAP at which traders lose confidence. And so if I'm buying the pullback to the VWAP right here at 885, I could give a risk level of 850. So my risk level is 35 cents. So I got a 35-cent risk level, and then maybe if we want to really want to play a pure VWAP bounce, we could use the high up here as a reward target. So we get it at 880. We set a reward target at 940. That's 80 cents in profit, guys. That's 80 cents in profit, or 60 cents in profit. I'm sorry. So it's a 60-cent profit target, 35-cent risk, and almost a 2-to-1 reward to risk ratio. And that is why my profit factor here. If we're looking at my risk reward ratio in these trades, this is why my average win is twice as big as my average loss. My largest gain is basically almost 3 times larger than my largest loss is 3 times smaller than my largest win. And it's why I'm able to have a 2.15 profit factor, basically reward to risk ratio, is because you give yourself organic favorable situations like that. And it works. You just got to wait for it. Hey, what's up, Dapper? Good morning, brother. Right. Or if you had a shorting account, you could short at these levels. Right. You could use these levels not just for one specific direction, but that's what I do with AMD. Like on AMD, we got a low underneath the VWAP. Like my favorite short strategy, let me see if I can find an example of it. One of my favorite short strategies is when we're downward trending and we start to break over the VWAP, and then we immediately get a big rejection back down. Yeah. All right. So this might be an example. So one of my favorite short strategies is when you see a stock like AMD pop up here. It pops over the VWAP and then immediately gets slammed down here. I short into this pop and then look for the rejection. Same concept. And so I hope that makes sense, guys. AMC still testing these lows at 35. Let's see what happens there. We still got HJLI we're watching and Holly. We got OTLK trying WHLM. OTLK is back over the VWAP here. Why is AMC total poop lately? Because it's artificially inflated. I mean, it's a movie theater stock in the middle of a pandemic when COVID rates are rising, and it's just artificially inflated, unfortunately. And I'm not saying it's done. I'm not saying it can't squeeze up, but if it can, it's going to correct, and it's just part of it. John, how many shares of AMD do you trade per trade usually? AMD, I usually start out, it depends on what part of the day it was. So again, like what I like to do, guys, and something that has given my system a huge edge over a lot of people is that so what I do is in that first 30 minutes, I try to build up a $30, $40, $50 profit. So I'm trading very small in that first 30 or 40 minutes. So I'm trading, 25, 50 shares, 75 shares max usually. And that way, if I could build up 30, 40, 50 bucks in profit, then I scale up my size and I take larger swings into that cushion that I already have, right? So, if I'm trading 25 to 75 shares of AMD and I build up a profit of 40 or 50 bucks, then I'm able to take, 150, 200 shares of AMD, which is a lot. Like, that's a big position for AMD. If you look at the range of AMD, 100 shares, that's a big position. But I have the cushion on the day to justify it, and that way I can try to make a larger win, And so that's really what I'm doing with AMD. So most of the time, 25, 50 shares at first. And then if it works and I'm green, then I scale up to 100, 125, 200 sometimes, if that makes sense. Yeah, Cade, but there's only a 16% short float percentage, bro. You know what I mean? And I see this comment a lot. I hear people say shorts have to cover, shorts have to cover. Sure, but there's only 16% short float, bro. Like, it's not like GameStop's 120%. It's just different. It's not the same thing. The float is 400 million and the short float's 16%, bro. Not a huge short float, relative to the squeeze everybody's talking about. And so even if the shorts do cover, I mean, it's not going to be some huge parabolic squeeze. I don't think it is. The short float's just not big enough. Short float's small. And you can say that the short's bigger than that, but I mean, to be honest, some of it's just being said by people that gave you unrealistic profit targets for AMD. EVK is kind of dropping down too. Yeah, Pawn, it's because my internet's a little bit choppy today. I downgraded Comcast internet, so they gave me the crappy internet right now. All right, so let's see what happens with the EVK here. We're still watching. WHLM still, option, I guess. Nothing really exciting showing up right now. Maybe we'll have something for the 9 a.m. release, but OTLK is still trying. I mean, it's still trying. Here, hold on. Yeah. So let me catch back up. Yeah, Earth. Sorry, brother. No fiber at the new place. We're gonna be. I mean, I got Comcast coming through at the new place. It should be fine. Most of the time, the Comcast has been okay for the last 7 months or so. Hood breakout. Yeah, we're looking at Hood. We're still looking at OTLK too. There's Hood. But yeah, the internet's a little choppy over here now. So, like I said, we're literally moving today. So this will be my last stream in this house. I'm gonna miss it. It's a great house. but it's time to go, you know. We got CLOV, guys. Clove ripping up here. So we got Clove ripping up. We do have Clove rip. It's at 830s right now. Yeah, there's 840s. All right, so let's see if Clove holds. I also see Wish show up a little bit here. It's on the list. OTLK, still okay. Yeah, maybe we'll get a new creepy neighbor. Hopefully not, you know. All right, so yeah, DLPN is still one we're watching, and $11 is that level for me. Again, we look at this chart and we say, okay, well, where do traders lose confidence? For me, it's $11, right? So if we can hold over 11, we're great. If we break underneath 11, which was also the pre-market high from yesterday, then I think traders are going to lose confidence in DLPN as well. You know, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's over with just because traders lose confidence. It just means that that's one of the level. Oh, sorry, I forgot to unpause the music here. Here, I got you guys. Sorry. John, what would you do if Scott moved next door to your new house? To be frank, Scott can't afford to move next to me at my new house. You know, I'm not going to go into any more detail than that, but Scott can't afford to move there. If he did, we'd get a restraining order, but he can't afford to move next to me now. Which is good. All right, we got Neats at 13s. All right, so AMC's testing these lows at 35, guys. So we'll see what happens there. It's testing lows at 35. We're running into a little bit of internet problems today, so for that I apologize. But we'll be back tomorrow. All right, so guys, so let's get ready, guys. Let's do this. Hey, we got 25 minutes. Let me know what your favorite stock is today, guys. I mean, it's still not a hot market. There's still not a ton going on, but you know, we got some stuff. We got auto, we got EVK that we can look at. We got HGLI. HJLI is moving some. We've got OTLK. We've got WHLM. Those are really all the ones that we're looking at. And then, of course, we got a few other ones that may be emerging now. I'm going to look at like NAOV too. Like BTBT is another one that we're going to pay attention to as well. Gapping up slightly. So we're going to watch BTBT as well here. So we got enough to pay attention to. XCLA. XCLA is moving up a little bit. Clove is trying. A little bit too low a volume right now, but it's definitely trying, you know. Hey, what's up, Leo? Yeah, BTBT is super interesting. KDMM, what's up, Healthy? I didn't mind the movement yesterday. The volume's just too low for me personally for this one. The volume's just a little bit too light there. Gonna keep an eye on EVK, see if we can kind of reverse and head back up. MMAT. MMAT is just too dull right now, unfortunately. NETE is also interesting. So like NEAT gapped up some. So NETE gapped up some. Not the best volume, but it's still potential here. This is net element. We're watching this one too. Will AMC be going under 20s? I don't know. Nobody does either. Nobody, regardless of what you might ask that question, they're going to say, nah, buy now, buy now. Nobody really knows what AMC is going to do. including me. So don't let me persuade you into doing something or dissuade you from, doing something, I guess. What volume do you like to see to be interested, Derek? So usually, nah, I mean, there's just more space in between us now, Martin. So like, we're going to have more space. Hey, John, do you think traders collectively gain or lose confidence at landmark prices, such as on the dollar or half dollar mark, for example? Well, Kurt, I think it depends on the direction. So if we break over a whole dollar, I would say on average, traders gain confidence. It's a milestone level. It's a psychological level. Now we break underneath a half or whole dollar, then, it's pretty objectively, or it's pretty safe to assume that traders are going to lose confidence by breaking under a milestone half or whole dollar level. And so it depends on the direction, really. That's it. Hey, what's up, Kelly? Volume, Derek. So for volume, I like to see in pre-market, I want to see at least like 50,000, 50 to 100K per minute. Like you could see here on OTLK, HGLI. HGLI had great volume, and it's starting to head back up too. And so let's watch that 850 level we talked about earlier. We break back above that. Traders might gain some confidence in it, and we'll see. But like OTLK, good volume too. So I generally want to see 50 to 100 shares that per minute, at least in pre-market, at least 1 million shares total. What happened to Mitch? Mitch left the channel, a year and a half ago or so, and he wanted to be an analyst at Benzinga, and so I bought out his equity. He left the channel, and now he's doing his thing over there at Benzinga, and him and I are still working together a ton. So I do like a Sunday show on Benzinga. I haven't been able to do it in the last month because I've been busy, but I'm definitely going to do it this Sunday. And yeah, I think he's the main editor over there at Benzinga now. Luke. And yeah, I talked to him this morning. All right, so there's HGLI. I think the question is this one going to get back over the VWAP and hold? That's what a lot of people are waiting for. Yeah, Mitch is doing his thing. I'm doing my thing. We're still cool. That's like my brother, man. I still talk to him, a bunch of times a week. I talked to him a bunch this morning already, MNPR. Here's Saba. Saba moving up, but a little skeptical in it. Yeah, and you can see, like, I'm watching HOLI, but for my volume, like conditions, it's just not nearly enough. This is 5,000 per minute, and you can see just not a super favorable chart, unfortunately. Here's WHLM. WHLM trying to get back up here. Decent volume, not incredible though, so we're watching this one as well. Is there a way to see the VWAP without paying for a service? Yeah, you could see it on Robinhood, or no, you can see it on Webull. You can see it on TD Ameritrade, E-Trade. Any major U.S. platform has the VWAP mostly. I know Webull certainly does. TD Ameritrade certainly does. I think TraderView does as well, which is free. But not 100% sure. I don't really use TraderView. All right, so we got HJLI here. It's at 840s. All right, so there's HJLI. We'll see if it gets back up to the VWAP. I think that's the big step. And again, like if we look at HGLI, for instance, and we use the concepts we talked about earlier, it's the same thing. Like we're looking for a break over the VWAP because that is going to influence a positive sentiment on the current stock. Like we break back over the VWAP, other traders are going to be more confident in the current direction because that's a big milestone level. We break over the VWAP, traders are confident. That confidence turns into buys, and that consequently pops the stock up. That's why we use the VWAP. Do you think AMC will hold at 35 or crash? I'm not sure. Nobody is either. I mean, it could hold. It just depends. WHLM back over the VWAP, same concept here as well. So now that we're back over the VWAP, other traders are looking at this and they're saying, okay, well, where is the sentiment going to be influenced positively? And maybe I'll buy a little bit of this. Now, there's always the risk that we slam back down, but we're going to buy this pullback here. Here, come on, give me that entry. All right, so we're in with 25 shares, you know. Maybe we can take a little bit more. We're going to go with 50 shares here. And so we got the rip over the VWAP. We bought the pullback. Let's see what happens here now. All right, so there's a pop. All right, there we go. There's 46, 50. Come on, man. Get me out of here. All right, so we got out. Are you freaking serious, bro? Oh, my gosh, dude. I ended up buying the ask and selling the bid. All right, we got out a half there. We got out the other half there now, too. Dumb. I did it again. But again, these little pops are super reliable. If you heard the strategy we talked about earlier, like riding these little pop-ups and then dips are very, very profitable. Even if this one fails, like I still would have, if I would have taken profit where I wanted to just now, then I wouldn't have to worry about this. Regardless of any of it, it would have worked, you know, and it did work to a certain extent. You know, we're just gonna give a tight risk and get out break even because we botched the trade ourselves. Hey, later, Trevor. Dogecoin, I think it's just slow, man. It's been sitting around 20, about 20 cents for a while now. You know, here's Dogecoin right here. And I mean, it's moving up today. So Dogecoin is moving a little bit. If we look at Doge, you know, there's Doge right there. It's moving a little bit. So Dogecoin is moving up. All right, let's see what happens here. We're in this. We'll get out of it, break even. We just ended up messing up the trade, unfortunately. XCLA, yeah, I see XCLA. The problem with XCLA though is that it's just super sideways. I mean, it's not sideways. It's just super. The range is small, the float is large, and it just doesn't look super favorable. Like, look how choppy this is. Low volume, just not really what I like to see. It's not bad, but it's not great either. I wouldn't really call it good. Oh no, I bought more again. Oh, dude, this is the second time in a row. It's because the stupid camera's in my way. I gotta get this camera out of my way. There we go. It's the second time I've done that today. We're gonna get out here. It's not meant to be. So we're gonna take our little baby profit, and we're gonna trade a little bit larger at the opening bell, guys. Of course, but if we could build up a few bucks before then, that's great. Yeah, but again, I mean, like I said, guys, remember what I said here. So if you guys remember what I said earlier, if you just wait for the same thing, look, volume increase, break over the VWAP, and you buy this dip and sell on the bounce, easy money every single time, guys. I talked about the strategy a bunch of times this morning. It's easy money. If you wait and have the discipline to just wait for this, it's easy money, guys. Like, you just have to be disciplined enough to wait for it. And again, did I not call this strategy out? You know, this is, look, and you got to take profits fast. You can't get greedy. You can't say, oh, well, what if it rips all the way up here? No, you need to take profits into that small bounce. That's the strategy. I promise you, you wait for just this, it probably will work. I can't say anything's going to work for you 100%. Nothing's 100% in trading. People have their own personalities. The problem with this, though, is that people say, oh, well, what if it rips all the way up here? And you could buy it again if it does, right? But your goal is to take profits into this bounce right here. That's it. It's your only goal with this strategy, is to take profit into that bounce. And if you can do that, you're going to have a leg up, and this will be a profitable strategy. Literally, if you just sit there waiting for this strategy all day, it will work. You know, I can't guarantee it's going to work. It works for me. You know, and here's an example of it. It's a strategy I talked about this morning. You just got to take profit into the first bounce you get. You know, and if you can do that, it's going to give you great accuracy. Or it should, at least. Again, can't guarantee it, but it should. HGLI still dumping down here. Still going to look at DLPN here too. I mean, DLPN still sitting there trying at that $11 spot. Yes, I do, Lance. That's exactly what I do. I don't ever use a physical stop. It's just my own style. Hey, well, 2-way. I've only had 3 losing days in a month, bro. So, hey, y'all can say what y'all want. Y'all know I'm profitable. No, I don't use the MACD, Michael. It's just not my style. It's not my niche. It's not what it's not what we try to do. Well, no, because we have other people that work for the channel, Bob. So we have like Caitlin as a mod. We've got Daniel as a mod. We've got Austin, who does contract work for us. So it's not just me here. Like, we have contractors and other people that work for the channel in different ways and that contribute to the channel aside from just me. You know what I mean? All right, so it's slow. Auto, the only real good ones, guys, WHLM. Let's still see if that one holds. We got OTLK. We've got HJLI, DLPN, maybe auto, maybe it just depends. We're watching that. We got 12 minutes until the opening bell, guys, so y'all get ready. Yeah, I know, Bob. You're good, bro. And I mean, I could watch XCLA. It's just not really my niche. It's just not really my style here. Y'all see anything else that looks good? I mean, the SPY itself is up, and we could go over the overall market news, I guess, here. Here's the SPY. SPY is slightly green today. All right, so today on Wall Street Bets radar, we have AMD, Tesla, Square, GameStop, and Corsair. I wonder what happened to AMC, huh? The other stocks trending: GameStop, Corsair, Robinhood, AMC, Alibaba, and Clove. All right, so stellar earnings are propelling stock chip or microchips today. So we got AMD ripping the last few days. MU is up some. Reebok reported U.S. retail sales during the 4 weeks of July, up 15.5% year over year. That's all I see right now. I mean, we got MDIA that maybe try, but again, we're going to look at like DLPN, HGLI, WHLM. WHLM is holding too. And so here's another pop, which is again why I explain, like, listen, if usually Oscar, if it's a market stop, sure, Oscar. WHLM just dumped down here. Wow. It's another one of the reasons that you scalp these. A lot of traders trade penny stocks and they just think that they're just going to get these huge gains from it. The reality is holding on to a long position in penny stocks is risk. There's just a lot of risk, unnecessary risk there. Like with penny stocks, guys, you got to understand, like, most of these are just garbage companies. Like, you might fall in love with them because you watch a YouTube video or you read some type of sensationalist marketing out there for them. Most of these are just garbage companies. All right, and so the longer you hold on to these positions, the more risk there ultimately is, right? How do you one-click in pre-market? Hotkeys. You would just have to get it set up. I don't actually have that set up, Holon. I appreciate the donation, brother. I don't actually have that set up, though. But to set up hotkeys, you go to Application Settings. And then you go to Hotkeys here. And for pre-market, you would want to change your TIF to EXT. And then you would probably want to go to buy bid, buy ask, and those two things, so that you can do one click with hotkeys. You know, aside from that, I don't know how to do it on TOS. Aside from that, if there's another way to do it on TOS, I don't know, because I don't even use hotkeys that much. I use hotkeys sometimes, but I also mostly just click the buttons myself because that's what I'm comfortable with. But again, you would want to set up a hotkey to where you probably buy ask, buy the bid, sell ask, sell the bid, and you want to make sure your TIF is set up to EXT. You know, like for me, my hotkeys are Shift B and Shift S. So that if I want to buy, I just hold Shift down and press B with a market. And then if I want to sell, I hold Shift down and press S, if that makes sense. And shorting is just the opposite. But I appreciate the donation, brother. Thank you, man. I appreciate the love, bro. Thank you, man. And you also have to check auto send, yeah, for sure. But yeah, thank you very much, Helen. All right, guys, let's do this. There's OTLK. Your WHLM dumping back down below the VWAP. All right, guys, let's do this. We got 6 minutes until the opening bell. I'm going to go ahead and raise my desk. All right, so let's go ahead and raise our desk. We're getting ready to attack the opening bell, guys. Let me know what you're watching, guys. We got 5 minutes, 4 minutes, or 6 minutes. We got 6 minutes until the opening bell, guys. Let me know what you're watching. WHLM dumped way below the VWAP. And again, what happens when this happens? Traders lose confidence. Same concept. That's a concept I really want to reinforce with you guys because it'll help your trading, to be honest. OTLK is still trying here as well. Let's go ahead and raise the desk up. All right, guys. All right. Let's do this. All right, I see Holly and XCLA, AMD, EVK, WHLM. All right, like I said, guys, let me know what your favorite stocks are right now. OTLK, WHLM dumped under the VWAP here. Still has it still has a shot though. It's still within the pre-market range. So we got HJLI, we got Holly. Holly just needs more volume. It's just too slow. No volume there. All right, guys, let's do this. 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes. Hey, nice, Ralph. Hey, happy to have you here, brother. I need to order one of those standing desks. Yeah, it's really good for my stomach. Yeah, for sure. Try. Hey, what's up, brother? Let's do this, guys. Hey, what's up, Austin? There's CLOV. CLOV's okay. The volume's just too light right now for me. There's HJLI trying. It's at 830s. Yeah, it's a little slow try. I mean, we'll find some other stuff to trade, though. Like, the good thing for me with my account is that if it's slow in penny stocks, I could always trade mid and high caps. So let's do this. 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes. Let's get ready. Let me know what you're watching at the opening bell, team. Let's do it. 4 minutes, guys. Let me know what you're watching right now. Leave it in chat. Uber's too sideways and slow right now for me. XCLA. Yeah, but look how XCLA moves. It's just so choppy. There's just not really any favorable action. The volume's low. Look how choppy it is. Whenever you see like white within the candles here, it usually means it's not a good day to trade, or it's the float's too large and somewhere along the line, it's just too choppy. You know, LIXT and HJLI, AMD short, XCLL at the bell, BTBT. Yeah, we're definitely watching BTBT, WHLM, HJLI. Yeah, we're watching all these. There's BTBT. We're definitely going to watch BTBT. I got to run to the restroom real quick, guys, so I'll be right back. I'm going to run to the restroom. Again, while I'm gone, let me know what you're watching at the opening bell. All right, guys, we got the market's about to open up in 30 seconds, team. We are back for it. Good luck, guys. Let's do this. All right. All right, guys, we got 15 seconds here, team. 15 seconds. Good luck. All right, guys, there's the bell. All right, there's the bell. Good luck, guys. I'm curious to see what WHLM up to 620s, guys. 620s for WHLM. OTLK is showing up on the scans at the opening bell at 308s. 308s for OTLK. Switch this over to regular. Switch this over to regular too. All right, so OTLK popping up to 307s, guys, at the opening bell. MNPR trying. PCSA trying, but OTLK is really the one that tried the hardest, and it got rejected there at the opening bell, guys. So big rejection there. AMC broke lows. DLPN dropping some, which is fine. That's kind of what we look for. HJLI is down. LIH, or what is this? Sorry. HLIT is getting some good volume, guys. HLIT is ripping up. LIXT is kind of pushing up a little bit too. Look at LIXT, guys. It's trying here. We also have auto trying to push up a little bit here as well. Auto. EVK is pushing up, guys. EVK from yesterday. It's up to 412. So we still got to see them over the VWAP first. And we're going to see if that, helps us. AMD pop, FLGC. Yeah, FLGC is moving up. It's up to 829s. Here, guys, 829s for FLGC. Here's EVK. DLPN's trying. I do see WHLM trying here as well. Look at WHLM. It's up to 625s. So WHLM is pushing up here, guys. It's at 630s. Oof. Oof. Man, AMD just dumped on us. I mean, we're holding 50 shares of AMD right now. Let's see if we pop back up. 20s. We're out of this. $24 loss on AMD. Just a big loss early in the morning. I wasn't expecting a pullback that big. I think we might actually still bounce at the VWAP, but we got to exit that one, unfortunately. We are down 16 bucks on the day. We got WHLF. Listen, we pull back to some of these levels, we might buy into this. So we're going to wait and see what we get. But we got to get a pullback here to maybe like 650, preferably here. XCUR. Yeah, a lot of stuff just dropping. Man, there's the bounce at the VWAP for AMD. We're gonna. All right, we're buying WHLM here on the pullback. See what we can get from it. 100 shares. Half off there. Same thing we talked about, guys. We reclaimed the VWAP and we're attacking that VWAP reclaim. We'll let the last little bit work. All right, so we're going to get out there. So, not too shabby for the first little trade. We might buy a little bit more into this. Didn't catch it. Didn't catch it. We might have to double up a little bit here. Use 650 as a risk. We'll double up into it, and then we'll be very careful in the last little bit. See if we get the bounce. Oof. All right, so $24 in losses on WHLM. Not what I wanted to see. Trying to scale up in size a little bit, but we got the too big of a pullback there, unfortunately, and it happens. It'll be all right. We're down $40 on the day, which not really what I wanted to see a little bit earlier this morning. But here's the P&L. It's all right. We'll be good. We might actually bounce here too. I think I took a little bit too large of sizing there relative to what I usually take, to be honest. So I think that's really what happened. But, you know, we'll wait and let it test. We also have auto back over the VWAP here. And we're going to buy a little bit of that too. All right, so here's auto. Oof, man, I'm getting my butt kicked this morning, guys. All right, so we just lost $12 on auto, just dumping down on me, which sucks, but I'll be okay. Not really what I want. Not really what I wanted, but it happens. Capitalizing a little bit on AMD here. There's AMD. Yeah. Oh, I did not mean to get out of the full position. It's all right. It's all right. EVK, guys, is popping back up. EVK. Looks like getting out of AMD there was the right move. EVK, not enough volume here right now. So not quite enough volume for us. OTLK, still ripping up big. This one, on the other hand, is not too bad. We're over the VWAP here. I wish I would have caught this little pullback. We're going to get into a little bit here. 50 shares. Maybe too small of a position, but that's all right. Yeah, definitely too small of a position. And then here goes AMD. AMD just faking me out. That sucks. It's all right. Yeah, EVK ripped. AMD ripped again, so it faked me out on the last little bit. So we're scalping a little bit of AMD here. We're going to take a little bit off here too. All right, so we're riding this up here. This is such a small trade. I'm going to have to reload eventually, I think. There we go. All right, so we're out of AMD. So we're only down 37 bucks on the day. We're kind of grinding our way back. I think I just attacked a little bit too large, a little bit too early this morning is really what kind of caught me off this morning. Mostly like I told you earlier, a lot of the time at the opening bell, I'm trading very small, and I just took way too big of sizing this morning. But luckily, we're able to make it back, most of it. We're down $37, which is pretty small. So we'll be okay. All right, so AMC, the recent bottom's at 30 bucks. So AMC's, okay for now. The low right here at $30 is pretty big. So we're going to watch 30. Scupping a little bit of Disney here. AMD's still ripping up huge rip for Disney, or for AMD. Scalping some more on Disney on the shorting Disney. I mean, on the way down. Here's Disney if you guys want to look at it. Popping back up, so I'm only in 25 shares. We're just trying to ride this down, see if we get a low break is what we really want here, to be honest. Like, we'll take a little bit more off too, just to protect the trade, and then if we can get a low break, that'd be ideal. Yeah, this morning I just traded a little bit too large. Yeah, AMD breaking all-time highs. Looks good. We catch a little pullback, we'll attack it again. That's good enough. So we bought the little pullback down to the 110 level on AMD, and we did get the low break here, which is what we wanted. Crap. All right, we're letting AMD test that 1005, 1010 level. There we go. We'll just get out of this because I got to focus on AMD right now. Nice. All right, got out of that. Holding 25 shares left of AMD, kind of riding it up as it breaks these lifetime highs. Right, so we're out of that. We're only down 25 bucks on the day now, so not too shabby, really. And we did get the low of the day break in Disney here. So kind of missed that. OTLK, guys, is now pulling back a little bit more for us here. I might buy small share size again on OTLK. Did I catch that in time? I don't think I did. It's all right. Disney just ripping up big. So we get another high break here up to the 110.50 level for AMD. Now that we've tested that level a few different times. Let AMD consolidate here, and then we're going to see if we get the pop back up. We'll get out there. $5 loss on AMD. We're also going to maybe look for a pullback in Apple now. XCLA. Oh man, I wish I would have caught that on Apple, dude. So close to catching that. Disney's still breaking lows, so I should have listened to my own trade idea. Oof, this one's dropping here. We'll give it a chance to test the VWAP right here at 310s. Nice. Scalping a little bit off of Apple on the pullback. We're giving this 1 second here. I'm not really loving it. I want to see if it holds at the VWAP there. That's kind of my line in the sand. Ooh, Apple dropped too. I still think the Apple pullback is still probably fine. Scalping out of Apple here. Beautiful rip. All right, so we made a little bit there. Still down $27, not a huge amount. So you show you. There's the bounce. So we did get the bounce exactly where we wanted it to.
Yes. Hey, they need to see everything.
Huh?
They need to see everything
Oh shit.
real quick. So basically,
Alright.
this desk is gonna go. This
Here, hold on, guys. I gotta mute this real quick.
There's a desk that's right here.
All right, sorry. So we were talking to the movers, and I completely missed the huge dump in OTLK. It's fine, but I'm not really loving life with it. That sucks. We are down $22 on the day, which is fine. You know, pretty small still. But yeah, completely missed the dump in it because of the movers here. But it's all good. I wish it let me short OTLK because I'd short that thing like crazy if I could. How you guys doing today? What's up? What's up, team? How you guys doing? Y'all making money today? What's the deal? Let me know how you guys are doing in the trading world today. All right, we're scalping out a little bit more of AMD. All right, so we are down $14. So we're chipping away at the losses. I don't have that much time here, guys. So this is our P&L. We'll see what else we get, but you know, not a ton of time left. Movers are going to be here trying to help us. So All right, guys. So all right, so the SPY is absolutely crashing down here, guys. So here's the SPY. Absolutely dumping down. Yeah, SPY absolutely just collapsed. What's happened to WHLM? Yeah, there's the rip. Yeah, sorry, we've had to mute a lot of it just because we got movers here. So here, I'm kind of going back and forth talking to them. So hold on, guys. Sorry, we're shorting the SPY a little bit here, as you can see. There's the bump down, looks good. Riding this down a little bit. Seeing if the SPY can continue. I'm gonna get out there before it kind of reverses, I think. Maybe we'll short back into it. It just depends on how brave we want to get with it. Thinking about maybe shorting Disney here, guys. We're kind of waiting to see what we get with this. Just depends really on what the market's going to give us. Um, Market's dumping down again some more. Sorry, guys. Kind of talking to the movers back and forth and trading a little bit. All right, guys. So I've been going back and forth with AMD. I'm going to close it down for the day. AMD just been faking me out left and right. I'm down 133 bucks on the day. So not a great day, but we're still green on the week, and that's good. You know what I mean? So I'll show you my P&L. I am not going to trade anymore. One of the things that I do really well is that if I'm having a rough day, I'm going to go ahead and close it down. AMD faked me out too many times. Now, this is what happened. Okay, so I was in this one short, and I took a little bit too large of size today, trying to scale up a little bit, and we'll see if we can continue to scale up. But what I don't want to do today, and I think this is actually a really good lesson, what I really don't want to do today is I don't want to get so frustrated with my trading that I just start to take larger and larger sizing until my relatively small $130 loss snowballs into $300, $400, $500 and just destroys my profit on the day. That is not what I want to do today. That's not the goal of what I want to do today. And I'm perfectly content with a $130 loss. Like I said, I mean, if you guys really look at my stats, we're fine. You know, it's relatively insignificant. But if I mess with this too much here, you know what I mean, then when I'm averaging 3 losing days a month, I think I can handle a $130 loss. It's my biggest loss this month for sure. But again, I mean, when you're averaging 3 losses a month, you know, my account can sustain it. But again, what I'm not going to do, and you can just see AMD's not super favorable. It's just sideways choppy. My family's moving, so I'm kind of going back and forth between talking to the movers and all that stuff. And it's a happy day. It's an exciting day. I'm not going to ruin the day by snowballing, you know, a loss into just huge, ridiculous numbers. That's not what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I'm definitely not holding on to it. I was actually shorting AMD. And so, yeah, I'm not even that frustrated. To be honest, I'm okay. Like, I'm not even that mad or upset. What happened was that I was attacking AMD and Apple on the long side, and I was starting to make back my profit. I got to break even, and then this dump happened, which caused me to lose a little bit. And then I tried to attack it on the short side, and that faked me out too. And so once both sides start faking me out, I got to put my hands up and just walk away. And I think you guys should understand it. That's a normal part of it. We're going to come back tomorrow, reset, refreshed, and not let it bother us. And just, you know, we're going to have a solid day. But yeah, you know, it happens. Losing days are certainly a part of it. And like I said, I'm not even frustrated. It's a happy day for me. I'm moving to a really cool house, and I'm excited about it. And we're going to go help. I'm going to go help my family move. We got the movers here. They all came in here a second ago, and I got to take my computer apart and then let them move my desk here. So yeah, so we're good. We're going to come back tomorrow refreshed, and I got to close the stream down a little bit early. It's probably for the best anyway, because I don't want to keep pushing. If I stay here and look at charts, I'm going to keep trading, and I really don't want to. And so instead of that, we're just going to go ahead and close it out. Remember, if you want to trade the futures market, check out Top Step. Top Step funds traders and futures. And what they do is they give you a demo. The base one's 50K. And if you can hit 3,000 in profit on that 50K demo while following their rules, then they fund you 50K with an 80% profit split. The service is $165 for the first month. If you use my link, you get 20% off. And, you know, it's a dope platform. There's no PDT rule in futures. You can trade the SPY just like we were trading today and yesterday and the day before, with no PDT rule, and you can try to get funded from a company that's located in the US that pays out millions every year to their profitable traders. They fund thousands per year, and they're legit. And so if you want to check out Top Step, I'll post this link. Yeah, we're going to be streaming from the new crib tomorrow, Jay. Hopefully, if we can get everything set up today, we will be. So we should be, at least. Yeah, no, I'm good, Corey. Like I said, so I understand my system, right? And like what you guys got to understand is that a lot of traders are profitable like me. Like a lot of traders are profitable like me. They just have these big drawdowns in their account that they let their emotions get out of control, right? And so like, well, I see $130 loss and I'm like, okay, it's time to stop. I'm not going to risk more than $130 a day, right? Like I'm not going to risk more than $150 a day any day. So if I get up to where I'm $130, $140, $150 in losses, I know my daily accuracy can compensate for that. Again, I'm averaging 3 losing days a month. And so it makes no sense for me to keep pushing harder and harder and harder today when AMD is virtually sideways. You know, I got to move today. We got a bunch of stuff going on. It makes no sense for me to keep pushing. And again, a lot of new traders don't have that discipline because that's what it takes. Because again, a lot of people are profitable. They just have these huge drawdowns in their account because they have days like this where they're down a little bit more than they usually would be, right? And then they can't stand it. They can't accept that. They can't accept that loss. And so what happens is they keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and that loss grows larger and larger and larger until they're taking $1,000 in losses on a day, and their whole month is ruined and their whole system is broken, right? And it's only because they could not take a step back and just walk away. Right. And so with that said, I'm going to take a step back and I'm going to walk away. And it's not a big deal. It's you know, the days like this are inevitable. It's going to happen. Right. You got to condition yourself to react appropriately to days like today. And I'm going to walk away. I'm not going to trade anymore. I'm going to close down everything. And yeah, that's it for the day. Good luck. I love you all. Have a good day. Go check out Webull if you haven't already. Here's the Webull link. We will be back streaming tomorrow, hopefully, at least. But there's the link. Check out Webull. Get some free stocks. Help support your boy. Get free paper trading on Webull. Go check that out. And yeah, it's 1234 Mockingbird Lane, Steve, is my new address. It's 1234 Mockingbird Lane, sir. But anyways, good luck. We'll see you guys later. Love you all. Have a good day. Get some free stocks, free paper trading on Webull, and hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We'll see you guys tomorrow.